Hello everyone and welcome to my 1000 day hardcore Minecraft movie. This world is truly my favorite Minecraft world that I have ever had, so I hope that you get a little bit of joy from watching me play in it. Also, obviously this is hardcore, so I'm super proud of myself for surviving for 1000 days. I do already have a movie for the first 500 days, so I'll leave that linked down below. And I know that this video is like super crazy long, but honestly these really long videos are kind of what allows me to keep on making videos on YouTube, so any support that you show this video will help me out huge time. But enough yapping, let's go ahead and jump on into the movie. Let's do just a little bit of housekeeping at the beginning of today's episode. I want to see if we have any extra sniffer seeds that we can plant. Let's see. Okay, we have 4 pitcher pod seeds and 6 torchflower seeds. The bone meal farm is looking pretty good, so we'll plant these seeds here, and as soon as I have enough seeds to completely cover these little gardens, then I'll start harvesting them, or if I need to harvest them because I need the flowers or whatever. I also haven't checked out the wool farm in a very long time, so I want to see if we should clean out the chest a little bit, and it looks like we do need to do that. So I'm gonna go up here and go ahead and place down 16 chests. And each chest will get its own item frame so that we can place what color of wool is inside of the chest. Honestly, I'm just going to get in here and empty the entire thing. I don't know why this is so satisfying to me, but I'm kind of happy that we're getting to do this. Ooh, do these need more shears? They're going to need shears very soon. Why is this guy producing so much more wool than the rest of them? Because his shears are about to break. Ooh, so is this one, the lime green one. And then this one is like completely fine. Wait, hello? Red, you better get on it. If you're curious, because I would be curious, yellow is doing pretty bad. And then lime green is literally outperforming everyone. That little sheep should definitely get a raise. Oh yeah, and white as well is doing pretty bad too, but I probably pulled out some white wool at some point, I'm sure. Yeah, look at him. He's just munching away. He's a hungry boy. Wait just a second, you can see the sniffer manor from my house. That's so cool. Anyways, I wanted to grab just a little bit of iron so we could go ahead and stock up the iron as well. Oh, that's a lot, isn't it? Oh my goodness, he's completely out of shears. That's crazy. Little lime boy's doing so good. Chores are all out of the way, and we can go ahead and start prepping for our nether trip. I've been saying that it's almost dragon fighting time, so I figured that a little bit in today's episode we could start prepping for the dragon fight. And to do that, I am definitely going to need to go to the nether so that I can actually get some potions and also blaze rods and all of those goodies. I want to make sure that I grab a couple of extra totems because I have no idea what is awaiting us in the nether. My shield is also looking pretty busted, so let's craft a new shield. Not sure if I'm going to use it, but I'd rather have it than not. And with that, I think that is about all we're going to need for this little nether trip. Oh yeah, and then of course we're going to need some gold armor. Maybe I should take the PP pants. I mean, they have protection 4 on them, so let's do it. Versus my diamond leggings only have protection 3. Definitely don't want to change my boots because I have feather falling on them. Also, why don't I have protection 4 on all of my gear yet? Should probably get on that. One very last thing that I want to do before we head to the nether, I'm actually going to steal Cornelius's brewing stand. So sorry about that, buddy. I promise I'll give it right back if I survive. Just in case if I do get the necessary materials to craft a fire protection potion. I just need magma cream now, and obviously we're going to get nether wart while we're there. I don't know, it can't hurt, so we're gonna bring it just in case. Oh, and let's put the golden apples in the hotbar because we might be munching on those while we're in the nether. We're gonna say a little prayer and hope that this is a successful trip. I'm so nervous. So we are headed over to a nether fortress over this way because the nether fortress that we found a little bit ago actually doesn't have a nether wart room, so there's quite literally no reason for me to go there. So instead we're just going to head straight this way. Oh, cute. Ooh, that was pretty good. I also made sure to bring up plenty of building blocks with me because I always like to make my life a little bit easier in the Nether if I can help it, by building staircases and also like little wither skeleton safety things. Wait! There's literally the fortress right there. I thought it was going to be so much further away, but we are going to have to build a wee bridge to get over there. Let's do this thing. I'm so scared already. Oh, terrible fortress. I cannot believe this is the first time we've ever been in a Nether fortress. And yeah, that's a blaze spawner. Yeah, that's a blaze spawner. Okay, I think we'll just move right along for now. I'll make sure to build these little wither skeleton things so that we can have a little bit of protection. Ah! Cool. Already on fire. Cool. It's going well. Technically, we are going to need to get some blaze rods, so I guess let's just do it, right? We got 2 blaze rods already. That was like the worst place for you to spawn, buddy. Ow. I love being on fire. Ooh, we got another one. Make sure to eat. Ow. Ow. How did that even hit me? What do you actually mean? Though we have 10 blaze rods, we're doing so good. I am going to grind for a few more though. Honestly, you can never have too many blaze rods. 15 blaze rods already. We're doing so good. I'm thinking my goal is going to be 32 blaze rods. I think we can manage half a stack. Hello? Why did it take me 8 business days to put out that fire? I think this should be 36. Let's get out of here. 41. We even overdid ourselves. I'm so proud of myself, honestly. Now we just have to find the Nether war room. We are officially on the inside of the fortress. This whole time I've just been on the outside, which you can't find a Nether war room in the outside. Ooh, here's a little chest. We've got ourselves a diamond, an iron ingot, and some horse armor. Luckily, I brought some bundles so I can place some random odds and ends inside of them. Another chest. And I'm not even gonna get it. Is this another? Yes, this is another wart room, of course. This is my nether wart room. How lovely. Luckily, we can still get all of the nether wart wherever you're going to need in this one room, even though that it is kind of stinky. Oh, yeah, that side is like completely useless. Cool. Another chest with some nether wart and a saddle. And honestly, I think that's about all that we are going to need out of this fortress. I'm sure at some point we'll probably come back here and try to get some wither skeleton skulls, but we definitely don't need to do that right now. There is still one last thing that I need to get done while we are still in the nether, and that is to go over to a warped forest biome so that we can collect some ender pearls. Obviously, we are going to need some Eye of Ender to find the stronghold, so might as well just get this done with too while we're here. And then we'll be in a really good place to actually fight the dragon in next episode. I just didn't want to do all of this in one episode. I don't know. That's just like so much grinding. That and building, it just seems like a lot. There's the word forest. Honestly, not too far away. But it looks like we might have to navigate this. Oh, how am I supposed to get over there? Maybe I can go all the way around. Let's try that. I do still really want to make a proper nether base. I'm just a little bit worried. Would you hate to see that? I know that some people just like don't like the nether at all. So would you like to see me do a little nether hub? Let me know. Because obviously I want to make videos that you all want to watch. We're getting closer. That was actually a lot easier to get to than I thought it was going to be. Warp forests are just perfect for getting lots of ender pearls in one place because endermen spawn here a lot more regularly than they do anywhere else in Minecraft. So what I will do to exterminate all the endermen, I'm just going to like dig out a little hallway for myself and then find an enderman and look him right in the eyeballs and run back, and then I am safe. There we go. We've got our very first ender pearls, already 3. Ah! Oh my gosh, that scared me so bad. I literally felt my soul leave my body on that last one. Oh my goodness. Saw my life flash before my eyes. The world was already over. I was seeing the worst. So we have almost 2 stacks of ender pearls, and I think that's going to be more than enough. And I believe that I have some back at home as well. So we can finally get out of the nether. We haven't survived it just yet. Almost there though. Oh, there's a little guy in here. Well, there are a few more ender pearls. Now we officially do actually have a stack or 2 stacks. Oh my goodness. Look, it's a family reunion. There's so many here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my goodness. We made it. Oh, I'm so happy to be out of the nether. And asking me why again I want to build a nether hub. That's a great question because honestly, I'm not sure. Now that I am alive and well, Cornelius, you can have your brewing stand back. Again, so sorry about that, but thank you so much for letting me borrow it. But moving on with today's build, again, we are going to be adding our very first build to the castle wall. And I think for this first build, I want to add a tavern. But obviously, we still have no way to easily get up here. So what I'm going to do is build a little redstone door and have some bubble columns to be able to get up. Thank you so much for leaving that comment. That is just like the best idea ever. And I don't think I would have thought about it unless you would have commented that. I do think that I eventually want to make a pathway up to the castle just because whenever I think of the story of my base, how are people supposed to get up in the castle and like sell their goods if it's just via bubble column? That just doesn't make sense, you know, like people are going to have carts and horses and other things, and they won't be able to easily get up into the castle if they just have a bubble column and a redstone door. So you can kind of think of it like the bubble column is for me to be able to easily get up there, but the pathway will be for, you know, the people shopping and the merchants and stuff like that. So I'm going to need some sticky pistons, a comparator, a repeater, some observers, a note block. Do I even know why I need this? Absolutely not, but apparently I do. And also I'm going to need a copper bulb. Again, I have no idea why I need a copper bulb, but that's what the person on YouTube said I was going to need. Here's a lever. Then lastly, we're just going to need a little bit of moss and green wool. I'm going to be building the redstone door in the middle of the wall, but I kind of want to bring the ground up just a little bit because it dips down so low. So honestly, I kind of want to bring it up to this level. Eventually, I do want to build some extra builds on the bottom of the wall. And I don't know, I just feel like flattening out the land is going to help with that process a little bit. I may eventually flatten things out a little bit more, but I think this will do. Over here will probably have to be flattened, but we'll get to that later. Let's work on this redstone wall, shall we? It is so ugly underneath this wall. Oh my goodness, look at it. There's a tree over there. It's clearly not lit up very well. You can tell where I was running out of stone because I started to use slabs instead. I have definitely never built a redstone door before, so I'm going to be watching my little video and please enjoy some block placing. Apparently, I am finished now. So let's see if this works. Obviously, I had to cover it up and stuff and make it look nice, but let's just see. No, it did not work. I think that I switched the comparator and the repeater. So the repeater should be on this side and the comparator should be on this side. Did that fix it? Oh, and now it's raining, but let's see. I did it! Yay! Oh my goodness, I don't even know what a comparator and a repeater does. Anyways, let's kind of clean this place up and make it look a little bit nicer because obviously we have to hide all of the redstone stuff. And I'm honestly just going to use a lot of wool and also moss and just hide everything. everything. The lever is the only annoying thing that we're not really going to be able to hide. And trust me, I hate it too, but I just don't have a better way to hide a lever. We can even place some little bushes around and just make things look a little bit more overgrown. And then also a few little flowers. To make the entrance look a little bit more natural, maybe I can just like place a little moss block there. So it doesn't look so much like, oh hey, look, there's a doorway here, even though that we do have the lever. But you know, it's kind of sort of hidden. Also, can I place this hanging root here? I can. Look how cute that is. That is the one and only hanging root I have. But yeah, it's kind of conspicuous other than, of course, the lever. I could like hang a little bush there or something. Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to hide anything. Definitely not. I do want to texture a little bit more around. I have more plans. Trust me, we're not ending it here. But again, let's work on getting this interior in. I think what I want to do is kind of make a staircase going up, and then eventually it'll kind of flatten out. And then from there, we can have little hallways to make some bubble columns. I do also want to make this little staircase hallway system kind of cute. But for now, let's just get the foundation in. And you know, now that I think about it, I was going to do stone staircases, but what if we do like spruce staircases instead? And then maybe we can just keep the walls kind of simple and we'll just do stone walls. I don't know, I'm kind of winging it clearly. I got some spruce wood, so let's switch out these stone staircases with spruce and see how that looks instead. Once we get up high enough, I'm going to start just flattening this out instead of building a staircase. So we'll just have a hallway instead. We're going to need both an upway and a downway, because if we just have a bubble column going up, then we'll only be able to go up easily, and we also need a way to go down easily. So I'm going to have a hallway to go up and then another one to go down. I've written down the coordinates that I'm going to need to go to for both of the little tunnels. This will be the coordinate for this hallway. And actually right here at this little dip is where we will be placing the soul sand. For the second hallway, we'll place the soul sand right here. Why did that actually scare me so bad? Hello? Before we actually get the bubble columns in though, I want to make this a little bit safer because clearly mobs can spawn. So let's make it to where we are protected from the mobs. For now, we're just going to encase the staircase in stone. I'm not really sure what I want to do to decorate it, but I still want to do something really cool. I do also want to be able to open and close the door from the inside. So I think if I put a lever here, yes, it should open and close the door. Maybe I'll place some stone here. Oh wait, but then I can't see the lever. What about that? I think that will work. And honestly, I could even just like place a little trapdoor here or something, just so that, I don't know, we can cover it up. I think the easiest way to go about this bubble column is going to be to go ahead and make it ready to go at the bottom, but then go to the top and pretty much completely clear this area out. So I think in order to block the water and make it to where it doesn't just spill out everywhere, I'm going to place some little trapdoors, and then we'll just place like a little set of double doors right here, and then we'll be able to go in and zoom all the way up. So now to get on top of the wall, which luckily this is about to be one of the last few times that we have to trek up this awful mountain, we're finally going to have an easy way to get up, and I'm just so excited. So in this little spot right here, that is where we are going to come up from the bubble column, and I'm going to build these really cute tunnel archways so that we have like a fancy way to get up and down. I don't know, I want to make everything as grand as possible, so there'll be like cute little elevator kind of things, but we will work on that as soon as we actually have these bubble columns in. Down we go. We are nearly done with this bubble column. All we need to do now is, of course, dump the water. So I'm going to make an infinite water source. We'll just bring the water straight down. Also, why I even decided to do the bubble column as well as a staircase is because I tried to just do a staircase and it ends up being just like absolutely massive. So a bubble column really just makes so much more sense. So now we need to make these all into water sources, and I'm just going to bone meal a little bit of kelp to to do that. We have more than enough bone meal now, so this won't be a problem at all. Yay! And now we have a working bubble column and we can actually get up on top of the mountain easily. That is just so exciting. But now we need to do the exact same thing on this side. I'm going to place soul sand temporarily, but obviously I will switch over to magma blocks. I just don't think that you can plant kelp on magma blocks, hence why I want to do the soul sand for now. So same ordeal for this one. We'll make our little double door thing, go to the top and dig down, then go back up top and place some water and then plant some kelp. Very tedious, but once it's done, and it'll be a breeze to get into. At least this first here, we still have to figure out how we're going to get into the second one. Baby steps, okay? Baby steps. And this one, we actually don't have to dig down as much. We're just going to have to build some little walls around it, which is annoying, but whatever. I've actually never built one of these reverse bubble columns before, but I think all I need to do is switch the soul sand out for magma cubes, and then it should work, right? I mean, I see bubbles and they're going down, so that looks like a good sign to me. So let's test this little thing out. This is just so exciting. We go up on this side, we'll run across and then go down on this side, and I think all we have to do is crouch whenever we get to the bottom. This is just such a massive step to completing this castle. And imagine whenever we actually have builds up here, this is where we are going to be placing the tavern, and then we're going to have two tunnels, little tunnel archway things on either side of the bubble columns. So I am going to go ahead and get busy getting those tunnels in, and then we will build the tavern together. The archways are complete and I'm just so happy with how they look. Doesn't that just look so good? And of course we have a second one right over this way. I just think this was a really cool way to go about this and I'm just really happy with it. And eventually I will make another, I'm thinking a redstone door right here in the center, and then we'll do another bubble column and that will probably come up maybe in the middle of this tower. That is what I'm thinking, but we'll see later on. For now, I want to get started on this tavern. I already grabbed all of the materials that we're going to need. Ignore the tropical fish. We're not going to be using that. The base of this build will be in granite and brick. I really haven't built with these blocks too much in this world, so it's fun to be able to do it now. We do have limited space here on top of the wall. We won't be able to build a bunch of things, so everything that I will build will kind of be on a smaller scale, at least compared to the rest of the builds I've built in this world. So this will be the main part of the tavern, and then we'll have a little section over here. Maybe we can make some kind of little kitchen or employee area, maybe a bedroom, I'm not entirely sure. And then on this side we'll have like a tiny itty bitty little stable. We'll go ahead and build these walls up 5 blocks tall. We'll do one of these 3 wide spruce doors. Cute, it's coming together. I was trying to make this build look a little bit more medieval, so we are going to have the upper part of the build pop out just a little bit. I mentioned that I was trying to kind of do that idea whenever I was building the lumberyard build. It's not even fully loaded in over here, but I kind of tried to do it, but I just thought it looked kind of goofy. I think this one is going to look a little bit better. Also, I say it's going to pop out, but technically it's not going to. Just the pillars here are going to pop out. We're going to kind of do a similar thing that we did with the starter house with this little like detail, but instead we'll just have an upside down spruce staircase, and then we're going to have a beam going across. So same vibe, just done a little bit different. Before I start filling in the walls, obviously I want to go ahead and get the roof trim in. It just gives me a guideline whenever it comes to actually filling in the walls. For the roof, we're going to be using upside down staircases like this, and then we'll place a plank on top, another upside down staircase, and so on and so forth. So instead of having staircases on the top, we're putting the staircases on the bottom, and then just full planks on the top. Yay, it's raining again. To fill in the roof, we're going to to be using alternating spruce planks and slabs. I've really wanted to use similar elements from all of my builds and kind of put them together just so that everything looks cohesive. I did the same roof design with my starter house, and a lot of my builds do have a dark oak trim, so hopefully with all of those elements together, it looks like all of my builds belong in one world. Yay! And now I'm done with the roof. That was a lot of block placing, but look at her, isn't she beautiful? Now I can see what parts of the wall needs to be filled in, and I'm going to be using some pale oak wood for this build. We'll use a variation of plank and log. We'll have some little windows right here. And actually, to fill in said windows, I think that I want to try to use a little bit of shroom light. I'm not sure how this is going to look from the inside, but we're just going to give it a go. That way it kind of looks like a busy, bustling tavern or something. We'll also add a little shroom light up here. Shroom lights are so bright. Oh my goodness. And so it's not as weird. We're gonna cover it with an oak trapdoor. I was going to use glowstone, but I didn't have enough glowstone and I didn't want to go to the nether again, so shroom lights it is. But isn't that just kind of cute? I don't know, I like it. We obviously have a bunch more details to do, but that's about going to be it for like the structure of the main part of the build, at least. That is the walls done, at least for the main part of the build. Now let's work on this second little section. I'm going to leave it just this tall, just so that we have a little bit of variety in height. Nothing crazy here. We're just going to fill in the roof exactly the same way that we did with the other one. We'll place a cute little window here in a bit. But for now, let's keep on trucking along. We'll get to the details in a bit. We need to work on this stable part. Do you also say trucking along? Because sometimes whenever I say it, I'm like, I feel like I'm the only one who says that. Please tell me I'm not the only one. But if I am, I guess that's okay too. So this is the little stable part here. We'll have some fences, and it's really just going to be that simple. We'll be able to fit like all of 2 horses in there, but we just don't have that much space. On top of the stable, I do want to have another room. Actually, maybe this can be the bedroom for the person who owns the tavern. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Either way, there is another little section up here. Ooh, and I do want to add 2 of these little shroom light windows. Last but not least, let's get this roof in, and this one is going to be just a slightly bit different. Instead of the roof peaking in any kind of way, it's kind of just going to slope over, if that makes sense. If it doesn't, don't worry, I'll show you what I mean. Kind of just going to build some planks around, and then we'll progressively go up with said planks. It's really hard to look at the build because it's really just tucked in there, but yeah, that's kind of how the roof is going to look. We'll add a weave floor, but for the most part, we are done with this little build. We have a lot more detailing to do, but look at it. It's kind of cool, isn't it? Definitely puts it into perspective how many builds we're actually going to be able to fit on top of this thing, because it's not going to be a lot. I'm thinking like maybe we can squeeze in 3 more builds. We'll have to see. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and get busy at decorating. I have been busy working on the build, and we will tour it here very soon, but there's actually one more thing that I'd like to add to it that I almost completely forgot about. I thought that a little sign would be perfect for this little tavern and inn. So for the sign design, we're going to hang some chains from this little post, and I want to make a little bed because there are little rooms that people can rent out if they like. So I don't know, this kind of advertises that there's some beds to rent available. Isn't that just so cute? And it truly does look like a little bed, doesn't it? So with that, officially the build is complete. Let's take a little tour around, shall we? I decided to add lots of vines just for an extra pop of color, and actually I need to trim these down. Unfortunately, you can't really trim vines like you can with glowberry vines. I wish you could. I know that there's mods for it though, because like, what is this? That's so ugly. Out back we have a little netherwort garden garden, and then just lots of little details around some lanterns and some little window frames. I do want to get some horses in the stable in today's episode, so we will do that as soon as we look at the inside. I am very, very happy with how this little tavern turned out. It's so warm and cozy. I have lots of little paintings around, of course, the regular flower pots and such. And also I figured that this tavern could kind of be our little brewing area. So we have a brewing stand, and then we can put some little potion ingredients in the barrels. But then behind the counter, we actually have access to a little kitchen, and I did this campfire trick and put some little food on top. And we have access out back so that we can collect and harvest nether wart. There is a little detail that I wanted to do that I kind of forgot about. Decorating interiors is clearly very messy, and it's just easy for me to forget about some of the little things that I wanted to try out. So for this one, we're going to need a couple of barrels. And then maybe in this little storeroom, we can place the barrels and then have a tripwire hook hanging from it. And it looks like a little keg. Isn't that so cool? So just an extra little detail to the little kitchen area or like food storage area. And moving on to the upstairs, we have a little hallway that is very, very decorated with lots of paintings. And then we have a couple of little rooms in here. And I tried to add lots of little goodies. So we have some bookshelves, of course, some more flower pots, and a little painting. The other room is pretty much identical, except that we have a different painting and a different color bed. And then lastly, at the very end of the hallway, I imagine that this would be like the owner's room or the owner's living quarters. The owner has a little bed, a little eating area, and even their own fireplace. I feel like the more that I've played Minecraft, the more I've just appreciated doing interiors. I always have so much fun trying to figure out how to place all of the Minecraft blocks in like cute little furniture ways. The more skills and ideas I've collected over the years, the more enjoyable interior decorating has been in Minecraft for me. Because I used to hate it, which is so crazy because I just love doing it now. All right, but anyways, let's grab a couple of saddles and see if we can find some little horses around. Look how cool the build looks up there, and you can see the sign. Oh my goodness, wait. Look, you can see the sign. Isn't that so cool? And also from a higher up free cam view, you can see the tunnels too. And I think the tunnels really like add so much to this. I just love them so much. Anyways, here is a saddle, and here's another saddle. Also, look at this. It's so messy up here. Some kind of storage room definitely has to happen soon. It would be really cool to make a museum, and then maybe we could store some of our loot items inside of the museum, because I mentioned that I don't necessarily want one big storage room to hold everything, because I will end up just spending all of my time at the storage room. So if we had a museum to place some of the miscellaneous items and loot items, I think that could be a lot of fun. All right, let's see if we can find any horses in this little plains biome. I see a cow, a little doggy, a pig. Oh wait, there's a horse. Perfect. Oh, and there's even a donkey. We should definitely come back here and maybe we can get the donkey, but let's befriend this horse. Let's ride this one back home. I should have brought like a lead or something, but I didn't. Ooh, I feel like he jumps really high. Maybe he's actually a pretty good horse, though I feel like he's a little bit slow, maybe. But we have arrived. Let's see how it is getting inside of this. Oh, great. Okay, it's going well so far. And then here, we'll open these up, I guess, and then just zoom. Zoom. Oh yeah, we zoom in. Oh look, that was actually so easy. And then I tried to make this entrance horse friendly as well. So we have 2 gates that we can open. And there we go. That was a piece of cake. But let's go back for the donkey now. Oh, there's a donkey. Hello, donkey. Oh, now back home we go. Oh my goodness, he's so much slower than the horse was. I know that I've talked about the mountains in this world many a times before, but like just look at the mountain. It is such a cool looking mountain. Up we go. That's just so funny to me. Like, why does it work so well? Oh, and the animals are protected from the rain. How cute. I do think that we should get a little lantern in here for them somewhere. Honestly, maybe just right there. Look how cute they are. Definitely leave 2 horse name suggestions down below. And saying that actually reminds me that I need to name the sniffers. But unfortunately, I have quite literally 0 name tags. So what I think I want to do is go over to the village, and then I can trade with our mending villager because I need mending anyways, and then eventually we can level him up so that we can buy name tags from him. We'll trade a little bit of rotten flesh with Cornelius. So we have a stack plus 6 emeralds. I think that we can buy probably like 2 books. Ooh, and we have 31 emeralds here and actually some more that we can fortune. We'll go ahead and craft ourselves a couple of books as well. Let's bring 4, I guess. And honestly, I'll bring a little bit of extra paper just in case if we need to level him up a little bit more. And let me bring my fishing pole with me. This is usually how I get name tags, but I was so unlucky before I started recording and I just don't think I want to grind that way, but maybe I'll have to. We'll see. I really need to secure a solid way to get name tags because I love to name everything in Minecraft, so I really need a solid source. Hello, lovely mending villager. I have come to trade with you again. Let's see if we can level him up, and I think we can, but honestly, I don't know if we're going to get to name tag level. Yeah, we still have a while to go, it's looking like. Though maybe we can level him up with lanterns. You can never have too many lanterns in my opinion. What about now? No, we're still not there. We'll level him up with glass then. Thank goodness I brought some extra emeralds with me. Though will I have enough for the name tag? I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, we're still not there. We have 1 more level to go. This isn't looking good. I think that we've unlocked it. Yes, but we need a total of 40 emeralds because I need 2 of them. Buddy, you're asking a lot for these little name tags. Well, while we are back home, let's put mending on my boots and then also my pants. And then I'm just going to be busy grinding away more emeralds. We need 30. These name tags took me a very long time to get, but we can officially name our sniffers Snibble and Pibble. And actually, I have yet to fill in the flower pot, so let me go do that real fast. But thank you so much for those name suggestions. Honestly, whenever I saw that, I just knew it was the name to choose. Nothing would suit my sniffers better than the names Snibble and Pibble. And here are these little flowers. In between episodes, I did go ahead and collect some phantom membranes. There's just no world in which I fight the dragon without getting slow falling potions. Also, we're going to completely ignore all of the chests here that I have from last episode. To be fair, I had no— oh, there's a pig! Look at the pig! But to be fair, I had no idea they were even there. I'm going to go ahead and start brewing these potions, but we kind of need a water source just so that we're able to fill up bottles of water. So let me cook. I'm gonna try to figure something out here. Okay, wait, the cooking is done. What about that? Is that kind of weird? It's like a water spigot, okay? And then that way we can just infinitely fill up our water bottles and you don't see it from the outside. It's kind of weird, but we're gonna do it for now. So now we can pop the water bottles in and then some nether wart, followed by the phantom membranes, and finally the redstone dust. It's a whole process. We have 12 bottles of slow falling potions, which is probably going to be more than enough, but I do plan on going end busting, and slow falling potions are pretty handy whenever you're going end busting. I guess this pig is just going to live in here now, so leave a little pig name suggestion down below. Also, Minecraft, when can we stack potions? I want to be able to do that so badly. It is quite literally so annoying that we can't yet. That is slow falling potions checked off the list, so let's go ahead and collect the rest of the things that we're going to need for this dragon fight. Where did this bed go? Hello? Everything has been gathered, and I guess I'm ready to go ahead and start finding the stronghold. And by ready, I mean I'm actually really scared for this, because what if I fall in the void or something? Like, my totem of undyings are not going to help me if I fall in the void. I don't know, there's just so many things that could go wrong, but let's throw this first eye, and it's going this way. Did it go inside? Hello, can that even happen? Maybe it broke because I don't see it, but either way, let's travel this way. We have located the stronghold. It's somewhere kind of underneath this frozen lake, but I don't think I want to dig there, so maybe let's just dig here. I'll kind of light the area around. For now, I'm just going to build a little staircase down. Stone bricks! Look, we've made it! I spy! Alrighty, let's explore this thing. I'm excited. I'm going to place a bunch of torches here to hopefully indicate that this is the way that I got up and down. Maybe that'll help future me, I don't know. We've got ourselves a little chest with nothing that I care about. I mean, I guess I'll take the music disc, and any iron doors I get to, I'm just gonna break them so that I know that I went that way. Okay, this is literally just a dead end. Cool. So this way is definitely not the way that I need to go to. And that is a staircase that leads to quite literally nothing. Cool. I feel like strongholds are one of the most cool structures to explore. Wait, is that it? Wow, we found it. Let me break this real fast and then get rid of these stinky guys. Why are they so hard to hit? I don't understand. But look, and it has one little eye. Super cool, but I do want to explore just a little bit more. There's lots of dead ends around here and a little cave up there. Anyways, I feel like strongholds are so cool to explore. I guess we do have the trial chambers now, but like this is the old trial chambers, you know? Ooh, diamond horse armor. I don't think I actually have any diamond horse armor. I will take it. Look, there's a library. So cool. I love these things. In real life and in Minecraft, let's see what goodies we can get. Oh my gosh, I always forget that these are even a thing in the game. Also, Bane of Arthropods 4. I mean, sure. Sure, I'll take it. And then we got another one as well. Sharpness 3, Respiration 3, Loyalty 3. I'll take them. Yeah, I'm definitely not stalling at this point or anything. Couldn't be me. But honestly, I don't think there's much else to explore in this place. So we probably should head back if I can find where back even is. Oh, wait, there's the up. Okay, good to know. Oh, and is that it? Yeah, wait. So look how close it is. Here's the up. And then we just walk down this hallway, take a right, and it's literally right there. I'm going to quickly sort out my inventory. Let me also get a chest so that I can dump some things in. I want to make sure that my inventory and hotbar is nice and tidy for this dragon fight. So we have our sword and our bow and our pickaxe. We have extra building blocks, a slow falling potion, and I'll be sure to always leave a potion of slow falling in my hotbar. We have a water bucket for endermen, some golden apples, an extra totem just in case if I pop my totem and need to quickly get another one in my offhand, and then some food. I have extra building blocks, more water so I can make an infinite water source. I guess I don't need these bundles in my inventory, so I'll just put them in my ender chest. And yeah, that is about it. I think we are ready to go and fight this dragon. I'm just gonna go. I'm not even going to think about it much. Okay, let's just bop these little eyes in. Oh. And I don't need these in my hotbar anymore. I'll put the golden apples back there. And yeah, let's do this thing. Fighting the dragon in hardcore mode. I've got this. I've done it before. I can do it again. Look down. Okay. Wait, this spot is kind of perfect. I like this. It feels very safe and I like it. Is this necessary? I don't think so, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Yeah, that void makes me want to throw up because if I fall in it, it's over. The world is over. But let's not think about it. Let's go ahead and staircase up. And then what I like to do immediately is make sure I have some Enderman fail safes. Just in case if I do accidentally aggro them, I have some little protection against them. So we'll make these little like Enderman safety things. Here is Enderman thing number 2. Let me also drink a potion of slow falling. You can never be too safe. I made so many of these things. Might as well use them, right? And then we'll make one last one so that'll be a total. Yep. See, I've already looked at one. What do you mean? Why am I like this? I don't know. I've looked at 2. I've looked at 2 at this point. That's why we keep the bucket in the offhand. I don't even know where they're at anymore. Oh, right there. There's one. Okay, cool. Cute. Oh my gosh, wait, he did away with my thing. That was so mean. Anyways, I'll look at you from down here so that I don't hit any Enderman. But let's do this thing. As you know, I can't talk and do things at the same time. So please enjoy this montage and my screams. Okay. Oh, wait. Why did I kind of forget how to fight the dragon? I gotta get rid of the crystals first. Hello, move out of my way, stinky. I believe that we've gotten all the crystals. That's pretty good. Now let's see how long it's actually going to take me to kill the Ender Dragon. Obviously not very long because I'm a great shot. See, look how good I'm doing. It's literally flying in one spot. I can't even hit it. Wait, look, one more hit. Oh, I did it. Oh my goodness, wait, look, I did it. I think I looked at an Enderman maybe. I don't know. But look. Oh, I'm gonna hide while we look at it. Oh, beautiful. So exciting. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's get all of our experience and make sure that we don't look at any Enderman. Okay, I'm just gonna say I think I did that in record time. It actually didn't take me as long as it usually does. Usually it takes me like way too long. But dare say I'm getting kind of better at my aim. Dare I say. Now let's see where there's a little gateway went to. What do you mean? Why is it all the way over there? It's so far away. Oh yeah, I didn't mention, but I am going to go ahead and get an elytra. Might as well, right? I don't want to have to go to the end any more than I already have to, so hopefully this can be a one and done and then we never have to go back. Oh my goodness, I didn't bring a trap door. Definitely meant to do that. I know that you can do the ender pearl trick and kind of just teleport inside of it, but I'm so scared that I'm going to like teleport off into the void. So I'm quite literally going to go all the way back to the overworld so that I can get a trap door. Oh yeah, and also I need this little egg. How did I forget about that? We'll have to do some kind of super cool build with it, but for now, we'll just keep it in our inventory. Maybe I'm being overcautious, but I literally do not care. I've been in this world, also it's nighttime. I've been in this world for way too long though to just like throw it away because I accidentally threw an ender pearl into the void. Oh, cute. I forgot my axe down there, so I'll just punch it, I guess. Back down we go, and honestly, I needed to go to the overworld anyways because I need to get my ender chest and all of the goodies inside of it. I need more potions, and then I'll probably be able to use some bundles as well. And in we go again. I should not do that ever. Ever. Okay, cool. So now we will build ourselves a little staircase. Look, and now we have such a convenient way to get back into the thing. And all we have to do is flip down this trapdoor and crawl right on in. So this is how this is going to work, okay? If I don't see an end city with a ship immediately, I'm literally just gonna look it up. I hate nothing more than end busting and traveling in the end for hours on end. And if I don't have to do that, then like, hello, why would I do that? I make my own rules. I do what I want. So I'm just going to look it up if I can't find one. So we'll bring up the render distance to 32 chunks and take a little peeky around. Maybe turn off the shaders as well, because that will help, I think. But yeah, see what I mean? There is no entity, and like, how would I know where to go? BRB, let me look it up. The closest entity with a ship is at positive 400 and negative 1500. So it is pretty far away. So let's build many bridges and head over there. This entity doesn't have a ship, but I am going to go ahead and go inside of it to hopefully get some shulker shells, because again, I don't want to come back here ever again. So if I can get shulker shells as soon as possible, then I'll be a happy person. We can also get some little loot, and actually a diamond shovel. That's so nice. I need a diamond shovel so bad. And yes, I can afford it myself, but I don't know why I just literally never build diamond shovels. Wow, we got 2 shulker shells from this place. Not very many. Oh wait, here's another one. We were able to get 3 shulker shells. Now let's continue on our journey. Whoa, that's a huge city. Does that one have a ship? I think it does. Oh, it does. Okay, so this must be the one. Look how huge it is compared to the other one. The other one was so tiny. Wow. It is massive. And in we go. Hopefully we can get some more shulker shells. And then of course our elytra. Oh, hi! Cutie, what you doing there? Look at me doing the parkour. I'm doing so good. This is even the hard one. Oh my gosh, there's so many little guys in here. See what's in these chests here at the top. A pretty cool sword, some iron and gold, and then ooh, we got a diamond chest plate and a saddle. Also, we do have 10 shulker shells, so I think that can make 5 boxes. Definitely would like to have a lot more though, and it sounds like we do have a lot more. You know, shulkers are really the most annoying thing ever, don't you think? Like, I'm just floating the whole time. I hate it. Oh, but we got some fancy new boots. You can actually get like some really good loot here. That's pretty cool. Let's dump some of it in our inner chest. There is the ship. I think it is ship time. It is ship time as soon as I get a few more blocks to build to said ship. Let's do this thing. I'm so excited to finally have an elytra. This is always such a turning point in your world. Though I obviously don't have like a gunpowder farm or a paper farm, so I won't be using the elytra like all the time, I don't think. We'll see though. We have made it. Look at that beautiful sight. Oh, I'm so happy. Just gotta get rid of this guy here. Okay, he'll teleport away. How fun. And obviously the infamous beetroot seed. We'll go ahead and just pop that elytra out and then replace it with a beetroot seed. And look, we have an elytra now. This is so amazing. And we'll be able to fly back, which is even better. But I will keep my chest plate on for now. I also want to make sure to get this little dragon head. Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Cool. This is fun. Anyways, let's get the dragon head. And I do have 19 shulker shells, which means we need 1 more in order to have the correct amount to make 10 shulker boxes. So let's see if we can find another shulker somewhere. I'm sure we can. Look, there's a little guy up there. Hello, little guy. Oh, he dropped one too. Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. Well, I think that I am going to go ahead and head home, honestly. Sure, I could get more, but I don't want to get more. I want to go home. I did bring some rockets, of course, so that we can actually fly home with the elytra. Elytra flying is very, very scary, especially in hardcore mode, because if you land just a little bit wrong, it's game over. Luckily, I do have a totem, so the totem should pop before I actually die, you know? Oh, there's our little gateway. Okay, let's use that. It's kind of over the void. Luckily, it's not super high up in the sky or anything, but I will need a few more blocks. Wait, is this weird? I'm just gonna use trapdoors. No, it's not traditional, but it works, okay? And then we will be teleported back to this gateway, and then we can head home, but I will fly to the center, okay? And down we go. Oh, wait, my bed. Where's my bed? Why is there so much experience right here? And torches? Where did that come from? Why did I break my bed? Why am I like this? Oh my goodness, look guys, we're back at spawn. Spawn is actually so far away from my base. What do you mean? Can't believe that we're back here. Oh, there's a creeper. But look at the little swamp. Do you remember this? Does this bring back memories? Because it definitely does for me. I'm honestly just going to fly until my elytra is about to break. I'll make sure to keep an eye on it. But I will meet you once we get back home. Wait, that was so fast. And my elytra isn't even about to break. I forgot how much faster it is to use an elytra. Hello? Maybe I will be flying this bad boy everywhere. Look, we've made it. We've survived the dragon fight and getting an elytra. That's crazy. This is so huge for us. Once I was back home, I got busy collecting materials for our end portal room transformation. We're going to need a bit of pale oak wood and also warped warp block. I put mending on my elytra and heal it up so that I can fly back and forth to the end portal. I made such a big stink about never going to the end again, but I had to go so that I could collect some coarse fruit to craft purpur. And finally, I gathered a bunch of sand to smelt into glass. I feel like I've been collecting materials for literally ever, but I am finally ready to go ahead and start remodeling this end portal room. I'm probably going to need to get so much more coarse fruit. I only have this much and I just know that's not going to be enough. So I've been slowly smelting it over time and I'm just using this lava to smelt it. So I'm going to go ahead and move it over here. Lava is such a precious smelting resource, so I don't want to just cover it up. Ah! Go in the lava. Go in the lava. In the lava. In the lava. I am also going to cover up this portal because I can just see myself accidentally falling inside of it. So that will be much better. Essentially, the plan for this in portal transformation is to make a giant circle room. And then the in portal will kind of just be in the center. And it's going to be floating in a sea of glass. I collected a bunch of glass so that we can kind of make a foggy effect. It's not going to be anything crazy. Honestly, it's probably going to be a little bit small, but I still feel like the effect will be really cool. Also, is this going to happen like the whole time? Because this is going to get really annoying really fast. So I'm going to kind of map out a circumference. We'll kind of have two circles as well. The middle circle will be the little glass thing that I was talking about. And then we'll have an outer circle and it's going to have some waterfalls. This will start to make a lot more sense for me and you whenever I get more of this in. So we have a lot of digging ahead of us. Right now, I'm just mapping out the circle shape that I want to make. Also, might I say that this is pretty cool because I've never remodeled the portal room before. So I'm kind of happy about it. I love Minecraft firsts. Also, I'm getting so many resources from this. So whenever I need to do another big project with stone, I'm good. I am covered in the stone department. That officially finishes this first circle, and then there will of course be another circle on the outside of this circle, and this will be where we have some waterfalls and pools. And I'll go ahead and map this out too, just so that I can see what is even going on here. Eventually the plan is to make some kind of cool structure on the top of this as well, because we will eventually have some bubble columns, and I do eventually want said bubble columns to go to something cool, because right now they're going to go to nothing. My inspiration has not run dry or even really slowed down with this world. I always have new ideas and I have so many projects I want to get to, which is such an exciting feeling. Also, there is very clearly a library here, and actually maybe I'll try to silk touch the bookshelves. I only have a pickaxe to do it with, but it'll be better than just breaking them, I think. Actually, this is taking forever. Why did I choose to do it this way? Oh wait, I don't think I've been in this library before. Because look, I just got Smite 4 and then also some armor trims wherever they went to. There is the circle connected. I need to clear my inventory clearly. But now we have 2 circles. Wow, 2 circles. I'm just dumping all of the stronghold related blocks in this chest here. Also making sure that I constantly trade out the chorus fruit. For step number 2, with step 1 of course being making the circles, I think that I want to raise the ceiling while we're up here really close to the ceiling, because eventually of course we'll do a lot of work a little bit lower. So I want this middle area to go up 7 blocks. So right now that's 3 blocks, and actually I think I want to do a little bit more because whenever I did this in creative it felt just a little bit short. So maybe let's do 8 blocks. So that's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Oh, I think that's 8. So now I just need to mine all the way up, and I'll use the outside of the circle as a guide. Again, I'm going to get so many resources from this, which is amazing. The room is looking a whole lot more open now, so we can officially start placing blocks. I think the easiest way to go about this is going to be to start from the middle and work out. The portal itself is going to be a fantastic guide for us. And then these little things I'm working on here are going to be some walkways. So we'll have walkways coming off of each corner, and then that will go to bubble columns or just like, I don't know, to other little walkways. I also struggled so hard trying to figure out this block palette, and I mean, I think that I came up with something that looks good. I guess we'll have to see once it's all together. Let's see, is that all even? Looks like it is. Look how cool that already looks. I wanted to do some warped blocks because the Eye of Ender kind of have that same color. So I wanted to try to incorporate that into other parts of the build. And then obviously purple because it's an end themed build. From here, we're going to start doing that little glass pool, if you will. And I need to figure out how deep we're going to make it. So far that is 3 blocks, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then for the bottom of it, I'm going to be using some of this deep slate tile. And it's going to give this really cool kind of smoky effect. But I do have a lot more digging to do, and I'm going to have to do it on all 4 sides. Though here, I can go ahead and start getting in some of these walls. So we're going to be using a bit of purple pillar. So purple pillar goes here. And then lastly, we'll also have a bit of stripped pale oak wood on these sides. We want this to go all the way down so that it doesn't look weird and it has just like random blocks like granite and stone bricks and such. So it's going to have to look good the whole way down. I just did free cam and this is so annoying. Look at the bats stuck underneath this glass. What do you mean? How am I supposed to get them out? That means that that's going to keep on happening. So I'm gonna have to get them out of there. Yeah, please never spawn there again. I would appreciate that. We are on to the next step of this end portal transformation. My goodness, this took me so much longer than I thought it was going to. But we're going to have some archways here on all 4 sides. And behind said archways, we're going to have some waterfalls. This is where we're really going to be bringing in a lot more of that pale oak in. So to make this little archway, we'll have these little stripped pale oak logs. And we'll kind of round it off by placing some slabs. And then in the middle, we'll have a little trapdoor, maybe facing this way. These little planks here are just going to be temporary blocks. We will have a proper ceiling on this place, so we're not even going to see it in the final product. But on these little diagonal bits in between the archways, we're going to place some more stripped logs and then cover the little end bits with some pale oak slabs. We need to dig out this little part until we reach this outer circle. I'm so glad that I made this outline because it actually makes this so much easier for me me. But we'll have a kind of railing connecting the archway to the diagonal. And I just need to connect the floor design all the way to the back. Building underground is so different from building above ground. It really feels like I am creating some kind of puzzle piece whenever I'm building underground versus above ground, not so much. It's kind of like the shape has been here all along and I'm kind of just like doing things to bring the shape to life. Also, this is how much more purpur we have. We're going to have to go back to the end to get more here very soon. Oh, and here's my dump chest. I have one here and then also one here. Oh my goodness, I have gathered so many resources. It's insane, which again is just so good for me in my future projects that I'm sure I will use all those blocks for. Maybe I can squeeze out enough blocks to finish off one wall so that you can kind of see my process a little bit, and then I can go to the end and collect more purpur. I really need to make a purpur farm, especially if I'm going to be using it, though I'm not sure if I really will be. It might just be for like special builds like this, you know? Anyways, now you can see how we're going to have some little pools of water here. So for the bottom, maybe we'll just place some purpur blocks and I'll fill it in with water a little bit later, but let's get the walls in. On these 2 block little sections here, we'll have some purpur pillars, and then the middle we'll use some pale oak wood. And I'm going to use a couple of staircases so that we don't just have a flat wall and we have just a little bit of extra depth. The water is going to come out of this little slot here, and again the ceiling is going to be a little bit lower than what it is right now. Lastly, to finish off this little wall over here, we're going to have some stripped pale oak logs on this section of 2. And we'll do the same thing over on the other end. So if we step back, this is kind of what the wall will look like. Oh, except this block is messed up. This block, need to turn it sideways. There we go. Over here, we're going to have a bunch more purpur. But again, we've already established that I'm not really going to have enough purpur for the rest of this build. But you can kind of envision some pillars of purpur on all of the diagonal bits. And then I'm thinking this is actually where we're going to place the bubble columns. I'll kind of show you what I mean. I just need to craft some pale oak doors. And then here we will be able to place the doors like so. I think I kind of did this in the castle. So same idea there. And then we will eventually have some kind of bubble column going up. Probably, I don't know, maybe here? That's a problem for future me to worry about. I'm not sure, honestly. And now that I think about it, where is this going to lead me to? Oh, cute, right in the middle of the water. Cool, cool. Again, that's a problem for future me. But let's go ahead and take a wee trip to the Nether, shall we? I'm just going to clear my inventory a little bit, put that totem back in my offhand, and then I always like to bring a bucket of water with me to the end because you never know what's going to happen. Maybe I'll bring some extra blocks just in case. And then we'll just need to break this little block and dive on in. I love how I was like, I never want to go to the end ever again. And I've been here so many times now. I've started to spread around the chorus fruit around the center island just to hopefully eventually get a little farm going here. Though I probably need to do a proper farm at some point. I'm not really going to worry about it obviously right now. So really where I've been farming is in the outer end. So we'll just jump on in. I've already gotten a lot of the chorus fruit in this little island, hence why all the little what are these plants called? I have no idea. Well, these little end plant things, that's why they're so small. So I'm gonna go to another one. I think maybe I'll go to this island over here. I've also kind of cleared out that island, or at least part of it. Oh, did you hear it grow? They make weird noises. Oh, actually I think this is safe to just fall down and then I can climb up here. Maybe I should care about replanting them, but right now I just do not. Again, if I'm going to build with purpur, I'm just going to make a proper farm, so I feel like there's not really any harm in just harvesting it this way. Luckily, one piece of chorus fruit equals 1 block, so it's really not that expensive, honestly. We have 6 stacks of coarse fruit, which again equals 6 stacks of blocks. I don't know if that's going to be enough still, honestly, but I'm just going to run with this. And then we will go from there. If I don't have enough, I guess I'll just come back here. Also, this little crazy thing that I did over here makes me giggle. Like, what was I even thinking? I mean, it works. That feels like a lifetime ago, too. It feels like I've been working on this little end portal project for so long. Oh, also I have my bed with me. Oh my goodness, does that mean I'm going to have to fly all the way back to the portal? I think so, because my spawn, I should have made sure I said my spawn. That's so annoying. Oh my goodness, wait, I don't even have my elytra with me. Hello, what am I doing? I'm throwing. Okay, cool. This is gonna be so much fun. How far away is spawn even? Oh my goodness, I need to make a little mini base here. And it needs to have an elytra and rockets and food and everything. Oh my gosh. I have so far to go. Okay, cool. Ah! I thought he was mad at me. Anyways, I am going to be busy, I guess, heading to this stinky end portal. I can't believe that I just messed up like that. That's so annoying. Why does it feel like I'm in early game Minecraft? All right, anyways, there's my little oak boat. I will throw those oak planks there, and we are going to sail all the way back to the stronghold. That's so annoying. And I'm going to get busy building my end portal room. I am so excited. We are almost done with this end portal transformation. We just pretty much have to do the ceiling. So I'm going to go ahead and surround everything with upside down pale oak staircases. Also, look at my poor silk touch pickaxe. It is nearly about to break. I have done so much digging in today's episode. Oh my gosh, can I place a staircase, please? You know what? Maybe it would actually be easier to do this from the top. Let's do that. Next up, we'll have a ring of slabs. We'll add one more ring of pale oak stairs, and this is definitely getting a little bit tricky because the ceiling is so high. Essentially, we're just making kind of a domed roof. Almost done. Just have to try to fit a staircase here. Oh wait, I did it. And then get rid of this craziness. To fill in the circle, we will use some of this warped wart block. I think this looks really cool. I'm so happy with how this is all turning out. All right, but anyways, we're pretty much just going to do the same thing that we did for the inner on the outer, aka adding a little ring of pale oak staircases, followed by some of the warped wart block. This is what these outer roofs are looking like. I think they turned out really cool. And we have these cool little zigzag designs here on this zigzag part. Pretty neat. Look at this. It's like fully encompassed now. You can't see the outside world. Also, I completely forgot to mention this, but I did add some bubble columns. So this is the way up. And right now it leads to literally nothing. Just nighttime apparently. And some llamas. That's pretty cool. I mean, hey, it leads to some llamas. But yeah, it's just like out here in the middle of the river, and I'm not sure how I'm going to try to cover them up. Currently, the plan is just to make a couple of towers and maybe have like a bridge in the middle of said towers. Probably kind of like watchtower vibes, just how we have the zombie spawner watchtower. Anyways, this is the down way. So we have an easy way up and down, which is pretty cool. Also, I love how I've made this way up and down, and I literally never want to go to the end ever. But you know, if I do have to go back, I guess I have an easy way up and down. Anyways, let's go ahead and get a fun little chandelier in. Right in the middle, we're going to add a chain and a diorite wall. And on the diorite wall, we're going to surround it with some purple glass panes and one in the middle as well. And then we'll just hang some end rods from the glass panes. A really simple chandelier, but I feel like it looks really cool and it fits the vibe. I like it. Obviously, this won't be here, so we'll have a little bit more space between the chandelier and the actual portal. But yeah, like that looks so good, doesn't it? Look at it. I do have some more end rods, so I'm going to hang them around each of the flat sides. Oh, see? That is literally why I have it covered up. I hope I set my spawn. I should have just left it covered up. I think my spawn is set. I think. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So we're going to cover this back up until I'm done. Maybe here in this little middle portion, we'll hang an end rod. And actually, I think that I'm going to place a plank. Yeah, like this. We just need a light somewhere here on these diagonal walls, and maybe we could just add it here and here. Yeah, let's just do that. We just have one final thing to add to the stronghold, and that is, of course, the waterfalls. So I will fill up these ponds, and then we'll just pop some little water sources here and here. And then we have these beautiful waterfalls. I think it could be really cool to put some little fish in here. That'd be so cute, wouldn't it? We will definitely have to get on that. But specifically tropical fish, not just any fish. Now I can finally remove these little warped warp blocks. I am just seriously so happy with how this turned out. And the glass looks really, really cool as well. It all just came together so nicely. Also, I did get a resource pack that takes away the glass panes. I'll show you what it looks like without the resource pack. Here it is without. I feel like it just doesn't fit the vibe as much. I much prefer it without. So I think that I will play without the little glass lines for the rest of the series, honestly. Just because of this one build, honestly. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? Really, they need to add this to vanilla Minecraft, or at least have the option to do it, in my opinion. In order to obtain a happy ghast, we have to get a dried ghast, and there are two different ways that we can get a dried ghast. Option one is to go into the nether and just acquire it naturally spawned inside of the Soul Sand Valley. But I have been in my world for over 600 days, and I've explored a little bit of the nether, so in order to do it that way, I would probably have to go a very, very far away in the nether, and I do not feel like doing that, especially in hardcore. That just feels very scary. And then option number two is to combine 8 ghast tears with a piece of soul sand. Oh look, and there we have the recipe right there. Though as you can see, I only have 2 ghast tears, and I want to give myself 2 happy ghasts. So we are going to need 16 ghast tears, which means we need 14 more. AKA, I see a lot of grinding in our future, so let's grab some PP pants. And then I want to grab a couple of extra totems. You never know what could happen in the nether. You know, we have these instant health potions. Why not? Let's grab some of those. We have some new information. Apparently, there's a 2.13% chance of getting a dried ghast whenever you trade with piglins. So maybe we can get a dried ghast that way as well. PP pants on, and in the nether we go. If I would have made my world in 1.21.6, this actually may have been the perfect nether spawn to find a happy ghast. But unfortunately, all of this has been loaded in before the new update. So we are going to go around and hopefully find some ghasts and also some piglins to trade with. And let's see how quickly we can get 2 dried ghasts. Okay, he literally just disappeared. Love that. Like, actually, where did he go? I just had a thought, and maybe this isn't an original thought, but it's original to my brain. Whenever you do find dried ghasts naturally spawning in the Soul Sand Valley, usually it's around the bones. What if the bones are ghast bones and they just like shriveled up and left their bones behind? Is that a theory that people have? Let me know. Oh, there's a ghast. Except he's in a terrible spot. This is going to take me forever. Yeah, because if he dropped anything, it's probably just in the lava. I don't have any magma cream, so I'm trying to kill all these little magma cubes so that I can get a little bit. Now I can finally make some fire protection potions. That will be so nice for the nether. But I do see some piglins up here, so I'm going to try to trade with them. Is this the best way to do this? Probably not, but it's gonna be my way. At least for now. Maybe we will try to go a different route, but I don't know. I just want to give this one a go, okay? Though I don't know where he went. Oh, return to sender, except I did it with my bow. Still pretty cool, though. Oh, wait. What is that? Is that a music disc? Hello? Do you get this music disc from doing the return to sender? I don't know, but I have a new music disc. That's so cool. And I still haven't found that piglin. I don't know where he's at. Oh, here's a piglin. Okay, please don't run away from me. Let's try this thing. Here's some gold. Oh, and I hear ghast too. Okay, wait. This could be really good for us. Maybe we can chain some piglin trades and ghast killings. Oh, wait, look, he dropped a tier as well. I have hope. I think we can do this. Will he get mad at me for opening up my ender chest? I can't remember. Oh, splash potion of fire resistance. Okay, is he mad at me? Oh yeah, he's mad at me. Cool. Well, this one won't do. Guess we gotta find another one. Luckily, there's one right here. Hello, little guy. Give me all the goods. I am a person who thinks that I just have like the best luck ever. And I'm like, you know, what if I get it immediately or something? And then I always end up having the worst luck ever. Ooh, soul speed 3. That's actually so good. I would love to have soul speed on my boots. Wait, I got the dried ghast. I didn't even see it. I wasn't even looking at my screen, but we got one already. That's actually so good. Okay, let's keep on trading with this piglin. Thank you so much, piglin. I love you so much. Now we just need one more dried ghast. We've got this. And I still have 42 more gold ingots. We've got the whole gang now. Wait, another ghast here. Yay. Wait, oh my gosh, I got another dried ghast. See, I don't even notice when I get them. I just have them in my inventory and I don't know when I got it. That's actually a fantastic way to get the dried ghast. Let me just say, I've only been at this for maybe 15 minutes. That happened so much faster than I thought it was going to. Honestly, superior way to get the dried ghasts. If you're struggling to find them, just grab a stack of gold ingots and you're good to go. Well then, let's go home and start building this temple. Oh yeah, and we got this music disc as well. I want to hear that. I don't believe I've ever made a jukebox, so we're going to be crafting the very first one of the world. There we go, one jukebox coming up. And where shall we put it? Maybe just here. Okay, let's hear it. Okay, that's kind of cute. Kind of love it. I'm scared of copyright, so I'm gonna do away with it. But it's still cool nonetheless. Anyways, on to this temple now. I have been busy gathering up a bunch of materials. So luckily we won't have to gather much else for this build. But let me talk a little bit about this temple and the design, the thought process. Happy ghasts love being high up. I think they actually heal faster whenever they're like in the clouds and higher up in your world. And they also like snowballs, aka they like cold and high up places. So we are going to be building this temple right here on this mountain in the sky, and it's going to kind of be sitting on a cloud, and then we'll have a couple of clouds around it where the happy ghast kind of fly around. We are going to be building with a bit of copper for this build, so I did go ahead and start to sprinkle around some copper blocks so that we can oxidize them. So here's one ready here, and then I have a bunch more just sprinkled around the water and also kind of in the mountains here. I don't know if I have enough. I guess we'll find out. But let's actually get to building this temple. I want to get pretty high up in the mountains. We'll do some free cam so we can envision exactly where we want to place the temple. And I do want it to be in the sky. If it's just down here, it's going to feel more like a mountain temple, but I want it to feel like a sky temple, so it needs to be above the mountains. That being said, I feel like this spot is a pretty good place to build the temple. So let's start with a bit of scaffolding. And I wish I had more because I don't think this is going to be enough, but we'll use what we have. How far up is this? Okay, actually, that's not too bad. Still, I feel like we're really close to that peak, so maybe a little bit higher. I'm just going to tower up with some white concrete. Look at all the resources in this mountain, by the way. If I ever need more iron, I just need to go to this mountain. We'll take one more step back and see what this placement looks like, and I feel like that's a really good place for the sky temple. Unfortunately, since it is so high up, I don't think it's going to load in really nicely, so we're not really going to see it from our base. We can't even see our base from here. So there's definitely no way that we're going to see this from our base. It will still be really cool nonetheless, but I'm going to start off by building a platform. Again, the temple will be sitting on a cloud, and so far this platform isn't looking very cloud-like, but we will fluff it up once we get the temple on. So on each of the corners, we're going to have some 2x2 pillars. And then every 3 blocks, we will place another pillar. I said it before and I'm going to say it again. Pale oak wood is the poor man's quartz. Quartz would have been really good in this build, but I just don't have a fast way to get quartz, so pale oak wood it is. Next up, we have to put the trim on this place, and I guess I'm towering up with concrete because I use all my scaffolding. But we'll pretty much just surround this entire thing with upside down pale oak staircases. I want this trim to feel very epic, so we're going to keep on building up. Next up, to top it off with some more staircases. I don't think I've ever built with this much white in one build. This is a very Roman-inspired temple, and those are pretty much all white, I think, other than maybe gold or something. But then also, whenever I think of a sky temple, obviously I think of white. I've never built something like this in Minecraft before, and I'm just so excited for it. It's a pretty snazzy little build, if I do say so myself. Let's go ahead and start getting some of this copper in here. And I am definitely going to need to go back down and get some more. But in these little openings, we will have this oxidized copper for just a pop of color. Oh, look, we have the pillagers. They're just so obsessed with me. Like, they visit me every time I build something. Of course, I am going to need more oxidized copper, but I'm going to go ahead and get the part of the roof that I can get in. And we're just going to be building up with some slabs, because if I use staircases, then it ends up making the roof like way too sharp. It ends up going way too high up and it just looks really awkward. So slabs it is, and I think this is a nice slope. Other than the copper and the roof and then some details and of course the clouds, the build is in. So aka the build is not in, but we're getting a lot closer. So I'm gonna go ahead and head back down and get some more copper. Here is how the build looks from the ground. Very much like I just built a platform in the sky and then built a build on top of it. But I think it's going to look a lot better whenever I actually add the clouds. Looks like we have some that are finished, and I'm going to add some more fresh ones. There's a lot more blocks that need to be oxidized, but we were able to get 13, which isn't awful. Alrighty, let's see how far this copper will spread. I'm still thinking that we're going to need so much more. Hey, at least we had enough for the roof, but we do need to fill in this little section, and that will all be with copper, so we will need a little bit more. I'm going to be using some of this copper grate. I don't really build with copper that often, so I haven't used this block in a long time. I think since it came out. We'll fill the middle in with copper bulbs as soon as I have enough copper, but I can go ahead and move on to another part of the build. This temple is mostly for aesthetics, but I also want it to be functional. So here in the center, we're going to have a little water stream that we can place the dried ghasts to rehydrate them. And ha ha ha, I'm so glad that I didn't die there. I wonder if I would have survived that fall if it wasn't for the water. I don't know. That was a really far ways. But yeah, my heart was literally in my stomach. That was so scary. Anyways, what I was saying is that we're going to have some little waterfalls going down on the sides of the temple. Clearly some very dangerous business. And I'm going to have to do the very scary thing of going down here and adding a little bottom. Okay, well, that didn't work how I planned for it to work. Honestly, I don't know what I was trying to do there. Well, I know what I was trying to do, but I don't know how I thought that was actually supposed to work. Ah! Okay, can we not? Yeah, let's just, please don't do that to me. My little heart can't take it. Well, we can try this again. We'll waterlog all of their staircases, and then we'll have this really cool waterfall flowing down from the side. I'm gonna have to edit it a little bit whenever I get the cloud in, but that's kind of the idea, at least. Now for the same thing over this way. Hopefully I don't fall off like 17 times. That would be great. I do plan on putting some little archways between these pillars, and then we'll have a little chandelier in the center. Again, I need more copper, so I can't do that right now. So I went to get started on making these clouds, which I feel like is going to be so tricky. And since I do have a limited number of white blocks, I think the inside of the clouds are going to be made with dirt, and then we'll kind of cover them in the white blocks. So we're going to have a cloud here, and then a cloud on this side. And then I do want to be able to get to the bigger ghast clouds without flying. So we'll have some little cloud stepping stones between the temple and the big clouds. This cloud making kind of reminds me of custom tree making, because with both things, I'm kind of making an abstract fluffy shape. And I'm apparently not very good at making abstract fluffy shapes, especially in survival. It's going to be so tricky. So the plan is to start with some kind of rectangular shape, and then I can use a lot of free cam to step back and see how it's looking. Then we will start to give the rectangle some shape and start rounding off some corners. I mean, I guess that Minecraft clouds are rectangular, but I want these clouds to be fluffy. From here, I am going to add some dirt layers, and then I'll surround these dirt layers with the white blocks. I love how it sounds like I'm giving you a tutorial, even though that I have no right to give you a cloud building tutorial. It'd be kind of helpful to have the ghast right about now, because I could build off of the ghast to help me build underneath it. So, you know, actually, maybe let's get on this ghast rehydrating. Oh, look how cute they are. Okay, this is quite a moment for us. We are wait, look at it in my hand. That's so cute. I literally love it so much. Anyways, this is a big moment for us because we are rehydrating a ghast for the very first time in this world. And look, they're going to be so happy. And I'm so happy for you. So the ghasts are going to rehydrate in about 20 minutes. So I want to make sure that I get some leads so that they aren't just like flying around, and also some harnesses so I can actually use them. Also, hello, why have I been walking back and forth? I have an elytra. I kind of just now remember that. I'm definitely going to be making one of the harnesses pink. And I kind of want to make the other one light blue. I know that we need glass to craft the harnesses too. What else do we need? Some leather. And luckily I have plenty of that. They did such a good job with this design in my opinion. Like, they just look so good. And lastly, we are going to need a couple of leads. Now we are nice and prepped to be ghast parents. Also, why am I walking like a peasant? I can just fly up there. Oh, I'm just so happy for them. Anyways, while we are waiting for the ghast to hatch, I guess I'll do this water trick to help me build underneath the clouds. This is awful. I hate this. Truly, how do I build under these clouds? Like, this is impossible. Okay, wait, maybe I can make myself a little platform. The ghast are going to make this so much easier, but I can kind of do this number. Does this look like a good fluffy cloud? Kind of. We're getting there. And now to actually surround this thing with white concrete. I do have some white wool as well, but I'm just going to kind of use it as a little accent block, not really as the main building block. So I will get the white wool in next. We've made the top of it white. I do want to come in here and make parts of it higher. Does it look like a cloud? I don't know. Baby ghast, how you doing? I need you right about now. Oh, that was dangerous. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't die though. So that's good. I kind of feel like I'm in Skyblock or something right now. It's just bringing me back to those Skyblock days. but all of the worst parts of it, like building underneath your islands. Oh, we have ourselves a little mountain goat. So cute. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't seen more of them. Anyway, we have finished the bottom of the cloud, and I think it's looking pretty good for the most part. I do want to do a little bit more shaping and then of course put some wool in, but it's looking kind of cloud-like, right? One thing that I just remembered is that I want the temple to float on a cloud, and I haven't even worked on that part yet. So whenever I put it on a cloud, it's gonna be really close to this cloud. So maybe I should go ahead and get the temple cloud in now. That probably should have been my first priority. I kind of just forgot about it. Wait, look how cute he is. Oh, I love him so much, and he makes cute little noises. I can't believe this one hatched before this one, or like got moistened. I don't know how to describe it. Oh, he's just like the cutest little thing ever, and they kind of follow you. I think they just follow anything that's alive, honestly, so they'll even follow like chickens. But look, we have a baby. I am a mother. Now we're just waiting on this guy. All right, anyways, let me start to get this cloud in. Oh my gosh, he's just gonna follow me. I love him so much. Hi, little guy. He's so happy. But I'm going to do the same thing that we did with this cloud. I'm going to kind of surround everything in dirt first. Look at him just like peeking at me around the pillar. He makes me so happy. And this little guy is just taking his sweet little time. I wish there was a way that we could keep them babies forever, because they are truly the cutest little mob in all of Minecraft. So how is this little dirt cloud shape looking? Okay, how did I literally make it the exact same on the front? I don't know. Need to add a little bit more variety, methinks. And then here around the pillars and some of the thicker parts of the cloud, I do want to build up, though I'm not going to build it as fluffy as that cloud and the other cloud that's going to be over there, I think. Oh, look, it's snowing. Do you like that, baby ghast? Where is he? Is he underneath it? Oh, he is. I do not like that. That kind of scares me. How did he go through the floor? I swear, if we lose our ghast, does he have like udders? It looks like he has udders. No, come back up. Please come back up. What are you doing down there? I don't want to trap you. Oh my gosh, he's spinning now. There you go. Oh, and here's the other one. Hello, little guy. You do have a friend, believe it or not, even though that he likes to hang out below the building. Don't love that very much, but he clearly does. I'm thinking the one that juiced up first should probably grow up here soon. It probably just takes like 20 minutes. Anyways, this is cloud progress. I'm kind of waiting for him to grow up before I do the bottom, because that is going to be so difficult without him. Also, for this cloud, I think that we'll probably just have like a wee baby cloud in between. And honestly, my wee baby cloud, I might just place a single block. I don't know, okay? I made it too close and there's nothing I can really do about it now. There's not much else I can do with the middle cloud until the babies grow up. So I'm going to go ahead and start working on this other cloud, and we'll get started with it the same way as the other one. Wow, such a fun cloud shape. Oh my gosh, look, he's big now. He's huge. I was like, what is that? Is that a cloud? I don't remember placing a cloud there. No, it's just a whole ghast. That's just crazy, seeing an entire ghast in the overworld. Anyways, here's this cloud, and I'm quite liking this one. Obviously, I need to do the bottom, but I think the top half is looking pretty good. Now, let's hop on this ghast. I have no idea how to do this or what to expect. So I have the harness. Do I just like, well, I don't want to hit him. Hello? Oh, I did it. Okay, you have to like right click a little bit closer to the middle. He is like, you know, not in a great spot. You need to like remove yourself from the bottom, please. Oh wait, go there. Huh, interesting. Leads work a little bit different in this update than they did before. Maybe I'll just break the cloud a little bit. Let's just do that. Oh. This is a wee bit scary. What about now? Oh, I'm doing something. Oh, I fell. How did I get off of him? I don't remember whenever I dismounted. Let's try this again wherever he went. Are you still underneath? You are. Look how small the baby is compared. Okay, I really don't like this whole going underneath thing. Can we please not do that? This feels very dangerous. And maybe I shouldn't just like try to get on the gas for me. Why do I keep on doing that? Hopefully it's not always this difficult to get on the ghast. You know, I'll just build up to him. We'll just do that. Hello. Okay, we're doing it. Don't crouch. Oh, he's attached to the lead. That's why he can't fly anywhere. Ghast, you gotta get out from underneath here. Ah! Okay, here is the baby. So this is the plan. We're going to break this. And where did the leads go? Okay, well, there's one. We will put the baby back on the lead. And then we will go wherever the big one is. Okay, just flying around, just having a good time. Love that for you. I should have brought snowballs. What was I thinking? Oh, you're so close. Okay, we've got this. We've got this. Right click. Come a little bit closer. Just a little closer. Little closer, please. Come a little closer. You have to be so close to them to mount them. Okay? Okay? Jump. I did it. We did it. Okay, we're flying a ghast. That was probably so much harder than it needed to be. Look at me though. I am on top of a ghast. All right. I think I've got this. As long as I don't crouch like a dummy, then I will be fine. Actually, can I crouch? And then I'll just be on top of the ghast, right? Oh yeah, and then I'm just standing and I can walk around on the ghast. This is going to be quite the learning curve for me, but let's try to build from here. How do I go down? I look down and I press the up arrow. We've got this. We've got this. This is like so much harder than it needs to be, but I still think it's easier to build than it normally would be. Why are we moving around like crazy? Hello? Hello? I just thought about this, but ghasts are going to completely change Skyblock. I would love to play Skyblock with some ghast inside of it. What I had originally intended for these clouds is for me to have a place to leash the ghasts and then, you know, it's just gonna fly away. That's cool. That's so cool. I'm gonna really have to figure out some kind of strategy for this whole mounting and unmounting. Hello? We're gonna need some snowballs, that's for sure. Let's try this again. So I'm going to crouch and then I can. So you can use the lead on the ghast before you actually get off. Good to know. Oh, and we got another big one. So let me equip it with its little harness. And then I want to go ahead and lead it over here to this cloud. Oh no. Oh no. So let's fly over to this cloud and then again we hit shift. I leash the ghast and then I put it on the fence. Oh, I think this is going to look so cute once it's all finished and there's not dirt everywhere. But right now I need to get a little bit more dirt for the clouds, and then also I want to collect some copper so that I can finish off the temple. So I'm going to get busy finishing up this build. I have completed the build and look how good it looks up there. I do need to hide this fence, so let me show you how I've been getting on and off the ghast. I wait until it flies close enough, and then if I just keep on holding forward, then eventually the lead will snap, and whenever it snaps, it goes automatically in my inventory. That is a really cool feature that I did not know it did. And then of course I can crouch and then leash the ghast, and I'll probably just move this little fence maybe right here. Now he is free to fly around this cloud. I did end up running out of fully oxidized copper, so I added this almost oxidized copper and I'll just let it age naturally. We have this cute little chandelier in the middle and I added some lighting around the temple as well. This is what the little front part is looking like. Again, we have those copper bulbs and I feel like it adds a nice little touch. And then the clouds I think are looking pretty good. Maybe I've just convinced myself that they look good, but I don't think they look bad. I'm happy with them. I would love to hear how you have kept ghasts from just like flying around everywhere. Do you have like little ghast pens? Because this is a cool concept, but sometimes they do like to hang out underneath my little little build, which is kind of annoying and obviously makes it a little bit trickier. Fortunately, I do have 2 ghast options, so if one is being a little bit naughty, then hopefully the other is okay. But now it is your job to leave 2 ghast names down below. A very important task, I must say. And I have actually asked for a few names at this point, and I haven't actually named any of the animals. And that would be because I literally never have any name tags. I need to get a good way to get name tags. I just don't have that way yet. So instead, I am just going to place a sign by the animals with their name on it. We've got ourselves a little wandering trader here, it looks like, but we need to name the horse and donkey from way back in the tavern episode. And the horse is going to be named Dante and the donkey Lucia. I don't know, this just looks like a Dante to me, and then that leaves Lucia with the donkey. We have one more animal to name, and that would of course be our hallway pig. There you are. This pig will be named Petunia, and as soon as I have name tags, I will actually go around and officially name these animals, but I'd rather just give them pretend names while we're waiting. My elytra is literally on its last leg, so I'm gonna go over to the XP farm to heal it, and I'm going to wrap up today's episode here. The happy ghast are like one of the best things that Minecraft has ever added. I don't think I've been this happy since sniffers were added to the game. Hello Cornelius, how you doing, buddy? Okay, just like phase right through that trapdoor. Cool. I was hoping that the trapdoor was going to be a good way to keep the villager in, but it's just so inconsistent. Where did Cornelius go? Okay, that was so much harder than it should have been. Cornelius, please stay in here. In between episodes, I did a bunch of material gathering because this project is going to take a very long time and I don't want to waste any time today. The village we are going to be transforming today is right around this mountain. I would love to make a really cute pathway today leading all the way to it. It's going to be a very long pathway though. Flying there doesn't take as long, but walking there, it definitely takes a second. Almost there. We just have to go in between these 2 mountains through the valley. There's a little flower forest right before the village, and then we will see it. There she is, the village we are going to be transforming today. Let's take a little bird's eye peek, shall we? It's a pretty small village, and I think for the most part, it seems pretty simple to transform. It's nothing crazy. Some villages are like on cliff sides, and they would be a nightmare to transform, but I think we've got this one. Usually I will plan my videos almost to a T, but for this one, I don't really have too much of a plan. All I know is that we are going to make this village look better than it does now. But at the same time, I don't want to completely demolish the village. I do want to leave some of the parts of the village that make it special, you know? So we'll still have a little market here, just like this one is, but we're just gonna spice it up. We'll still keep a fountain. We'll have some little crop fields around. And I think for the most part, the houses will stay the same other than me just zhuzhing them up. I may have to tear down 1 or 2 houses, but again, I want to keep the heart of the village in. The biggest task for us to do is going to be fixing this like ravine crevice thing. We'll just terraform it so that it actually looks like a river. So why not get started with this little project at the start of today's episode? I'm gonna start on this end and then work my way down to the opposite end. First things first, I want to pretty much swap out most of the dirt for stone, though I do think I'm going to leave the top dirt and grass. I kind of want a grass to dirt to stone ombre. I don't know how that's gonna work, but let's just try it and see what happens. Also, I'm going to get the shape in first, and then I think I'll come in and texture it. Because right now, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just placing blocks. It'll be a lot easier to fill the river if everything is on the same level. So I'm going to fill in some of the bottom with dirt. I'm thinking honestly to this level. So we'll fill all of this in. So then this part over here that's a little bit higher, I'm going to dig it out. We can leave the edges of the dirt in and I will just replace that with stone, I'm thinking. A little bit closer to the bottom, we'll have cobblestone and then it will slowly go into the stone. I'll definitely be getting some slabs in here and maybe some staircases just to give a little bit more variety to the height. But overall, it's looking really good and I'm excited to get the water in. Just gotta keep on placing blocks. That's pretty much the name of the game whenever it comes to terraforming. Really just a bunch of block placing. I really haven't done too many terraforming projects now that I think about it in this world. Moving on to this side over here, I think I'm just going to make a layer of dirt pretty much like all the way through. Again, just because it's so much easier to make a river whenever the water is just on one level. Though I do need to come in here and light it up a little bit. I have also never completely transformed a village in Minecraft before. How have I went this many years without doing that? I have no idea. But we're getting to do that for the very first time together in my hardcore world. Isn't that so special? Thank you for being here for this momentous occasion. But enough being sappy, let's finish this river. We have so many more things to do in this village before it's finished. River has turned out nicely and I think I'm just going to leave it like this for now and then we can kind of detail a little bit more later. But in my personal opinion, it looks so much better than it did before. Now on to our next task. I want to redo this little market square area and we will build like a really cute bridge from the market square to the other side of the village, but first market square. And I know I said that I still wanted to leave the charm of the village, but I am going to tear this entire thing down. I'm sorry, but what are these market stalls? I will not be leaving them like this in the village. The square will be surrounded in some brick slabs. That way it has a nice outline and we can clearly see where the square is. And on the corners, we'll have some stripped spruce logs. The town square definitely cuts into this hill right here, so maybe we will eventually make some retaining walls. We'll probably have some kind of staircase going up this way so that we're able to access these houses on the top. But again, that's not a problem for right now. Baby steps. I have to stay focused. For the town square itself, I'm just going to use path blocks. You see path blocks all the time in villages, so I think it's fitting. And that being said, all of the pathways are just going to be made out of path blocks. We'll go ahead and map out some stalls here. I'm not going to get them in quite yet, but we'll have 4 on either corner. I would love to get some actual villagers permanently in the stalls, and then we can trade with them. So maybe we can have a name tag villager, maybe some farmer villagers, something of the sort. But that is pretty much the town square. Again, we'll like make it look cute, but that is where the town square is going to go. For this bridge, I think I want to kind of make a ramp a little bit like an Animal Crossing ramp. I was thinking about what I wanted to do, and I feel like this is just going to make the most sense. The start and finish of the bridge are on 2 different levels. This one is a lot lower than this one, so the bridge would kind of be ramp like anyways, or kind of just awkward. So we'll just do something like this instead. In between the supporting beams, I'm going to place some cobblestone walls. And again, just like we're going to do with all of the pathways in this village, we'll just use path blocks. Lastly, we'll just top the pillars with slabs and then make some little steps. I don't know. What do you think about it? I think it works. No, it's not the cutest way to get across the water, but it does work. Really the name of the game with these early village preparations, I just want to lay out some pathways and kind of map everything out. So next up, we're going to do away with this little piece of farmland. I'm so sorry. I promise you I will build you another one. And then I want to resituate the fountain because it's a little bit off center. To do that, I'm going to slurp up this water and get rid of the fountain. I don't want the fountain to be too close to this house right here, so maybe we'll start it right about here. Actually, maybe 1 block back. What do we think about this. Yeah, I think that works. It's pretty center. We'll fill the middle in with some cobble. I'm literally just recreating the same fountain. I believe the middle just goes up 2 blocks and then there's just a water bucket there on top. Yeah, that looks about right. I want to surround the fountain with some stone just so that it feels a little bit more official. And the vanilla one, I think, has some little torches here on the corners, so we'll do the same thing. Also, how are these torches just hanging out here on these path blocks? You can't do that. We'll have some pathways around the stone bricks, and then I'll need to figure out how I'm going to do the rest of the pathways. I do want to make the pathways kind of neat and tidy, almost manicured, I guess you could say. We'll definitely do lots of landscaping and foliage. But let's see here. If we have a pathway going up this way, I'll probably have to turn a little bit so that it can meet up here. For any staircases we need to add, we'll do spruce. Since I don't really plan on like changing the structural integrity too much of the village, I feel like what's really going to transform it is going to be all of the foliage I want to add. Just lots of pretty flowers, very nice, well-kept pathways. Because let's be fair, regular Minecraft pathways are just absolutely crazy. And I always want to get in here and just fix them. They never make any sense. They don't lead anywhere usually. So now's my chance to fulfill my dream of fixing village pathways. See right here, we literally don't need this pathway. It's going to hay bales, I guess. But sorry, you hay bales are not important enough to have your own pathway, so we'll do away with it. There is that pathway, a little bit more organized. Honestly, see, isn't that looking so much better already? Now for this pathway for these 3 buildings. Honestly, maybe we will just connect this pathway over here to this building. We'll probably place some kind of like retaining wall or just something here, because like, what is this cliff? Then that just leaves these 2 houses that need a pathway, so we'll just connect it over here behind the fountain. Adding these pathways first, I don't know why it helps me, but it really just kind of organizes everything in my brain. It's really giving me Animal Crossing vibes, like I'm redoing my little Animal Crossing village. There is this awkward kind of square thing, and maybe we'll place some kind of garden there or something. But for now, we'll go ahead and place a little staircase here going to this building. We have a couple of trickier houses, these 2 on top of the hill. Oh, and then there's another house over this way. This one does have a little pathway kind of going to it. Granted, it's kind of a bad pathway, but we are here to fix that. That is our job, after all. As the mayor of this town, my job is to fix the crazy pathways. Though, excuse me, what is actually going on with this house? I'm thinking this is going to be a pretty steep staircase. Do a little stripped spruce log railing thing. And doesn't that already look so much better? We only have a few more houses to make pathways to. These 2 over here on top of this hill, and then these 2 over here. For this pathway, I think I'm just going to have it come from here. It'll go up this hill and then over. Easy enough. Though I am going to fill in this random hole. What is it doing here? Iron golems make me nervous because what if I accidentally punch him? Then I die, and I don't want to die. Now the villagers are actually able to access the blacksmith. Though what am I going to do with this weird cliff thing? I don't know. Don't ask me yet, okay? Like, it's quite literally on the edge of a cliff. But look how clean and crisp those lines are. We just have one last pathway to make and we are done with the pathways in this village. We just have to add a little staircase going up here. And unfortunately, it looks like we are going to have to do away with this little animal pen. Look at these villagers just hanging out together in the fence. And they have 2 trees right in the middle of their pathways. Crazy, crazy villagers. Soon as the leaves decay, then you are free. Also, this is our mending villager. Glad that he's safe though, I guess. This pathway will have to do a bit of a windy kind of thing. So it'll go this way. Again, we'll do some kind of retaining wall over here. So I'm thinking that right here will be a border. So the pathway will run alongside it. With this very last tiny staircase, we are officially done with the pathways in this village. This one here is a little bit goofy, just like going up to this little baby house, but you know, it looks better than it did. I have a few more pathways to get rid of because these villagers just like to have pathways going literally nowhere. But we probably will have this pathway lead to our base. That's so cool. It'll probably start right here. Like, tell me why the villagers need a pathway going to this scary cave. I don't know, but it's pretty goofy. We'll do a little tour around the village. The pathways are looking so nice and crispy. I love how the town square looks and the little bridge, the river. It already looks so much better. We do have some like really weird things, like what is this random cave doing here? Don't even want to talk about this blacksmith that's literally on the edge of a cliff. But overall, like, it's just looking so nice in my opinion. For my next course of action, I'm going to get in some retaining walls. So we need some around the town square. Maybe a little one right here along this pathway going up to the blacksmith. And then definitely one right here next to the leather worker. The other awkward bits of the village, like this cliff thing with the sheep that's just stuck there for eternity. At least he has a block of grass to eat. And then this cave, I think we're just going to terraform them and make them look better. This I think I'm going to make look like a purposeful mountainside, and then we may just like fill this in. I don't know, we'll figure it out as we go, but let's get those retaining walls in. I decided to not do a retaining wall right here, but instead just pulled out the hill a little bit. And while I did that, I also patched up some random holes around. There were a lot of holes over here, so those are no longer there. And then this little hole that was in this cliff, I went ahead and filled that in. But the next thing I want to work on in the village is the town square. I'm pretty much just going to use the same stall design that I literally always do. If it's not broken, don't fix it. So on top of these stone brick walls, we will place some fences. I don't want the floor to be path blocks in the stalls, so I'm just going to replace the path blocks with spruce slabs. We'll use some upside down staircases as the counters. I picked out 4 different colors for the 4 different stalls, and we're just going to use that solid color all the way around for the top. So this one will be cyan. Over here, maybe we'll do pink. This one can be purple. And lastly, we will do blue. I want to have a little overhang on all of the fronts of the stalls, so we'll do some trapdoors on the side with some slabs in the middle. And the last thing besides decoration is to put some gates around all of the stalls so that the villagers aren't able to actually get out once we put villagers in the stalls. And actually, now that I think about it, let me try to do a bit of a different roof and see if I like it better. So we'll just remove all of the wool from the outside of the stall and then place some trapdoors on all of the corners and then just connect it with some slabs. Honestly, this may look a little bit more balanced than what I had originally. I don't know, this is looking a bit clunky. What do we think? Is that better? Honestly, I feel like it is better. So let me fix all the roofs. It's just way too much wool, I think, and this is just so much more subtle, so much more tasteful. Now that the stalls are finished, I want to add some little lights on the corners here, and I want them to look like these lights. Again, I don't want to take the charm away from these Minecraft villages. I just want to spice it up a little bit. So yes, these light posts are kind of goofy, but you know, Minecraft is kind of goofy. Another thing that's unique to Minecraft villages is some kind of bell. So I want to make a little bell structure here in the middle of the town square. It's really just going to be as simple as this, but honestly, Minecraft villages are kind of simple, and I like this little design. Okay, wait, why can't we place hanging signs on the side of fences? I feel like you should definitely be able to do that. Maybe we'll just make a little extension like this instead and hang the hanging sign off of it. I don't love it, but I don't know what else to do. Last but not least, we just need to place down a few decorational blocks and clutter items. Look how cute the little town square turned out. I'm so happy with it, and I will definitely be adding things to these item frames and also the hanging signs once we actually fill the stalls with the villagers. I'll probably put our mending villager in a stall, for example. I can place like a little enchanted book and like mending for trade or something. Now onto our next project. I want to make these paths nice and manicured. So one way we're going to do that is by making a stone brick border around all of the pathways. And since we have a path block pathway, the border kind of like stands out from the pathway a little bit. So we'll just do that around all of the pathways, and luckily I've already made all of them, so it's just going to be really easy to add these quick borders. And from there we'll probably add some flowers and shrubs and bushes and stuff. I've never really made a town that was more manicured. Usually my builds and my bases in Minecraft are a little bit more rustic, a little bit more cottagecore-esque. So this project is a lot different from anything I've done, and I'm just having so much fun doing it. With the pathway completely outlined in stone bricks, I want to start working on this little area right here. I think what's really going to transform this village is lots of greenery and flowers. The colors so far in the village are pretty bland, so adding a ton of flowers is going to add a ton of color. I'll add some little patches of rooted dirt around. Flowers, we'll add lilacs since they'll add a bit of height, and also sprinkle some blue orchids in the empty spaces. Just this tiny little detail is going to really transform this part of the village. This is one of my favorite things to do with empty areas in a Minecraft base. Flower fields. Like, doesn't this look so much better already? We can also take some little stone buttons too, so we can sprinkle some pebbles around. Also, the villagers have been coming over to the little bell, and it makes me so happy. Look, we have 4 villagers. I love that they have like a cute little area to do their little gossips. Oh, also the villagers love to swim across this river. We literally have like this bridge here, but tell me why they just swim across. Honestly, why did I even try? Look at it. Imagine flowers sprinkled everywhere. It's going to look so good. We can also add some of our little Minecraft village lanterns to some of the corners. Cool, now this little area is done. What should we work on next? I think over on the opposite side, we'll probably just outline the pathway in these azalea bushes. And maybe on this opposite side, we'll pretty much just do the same thing. So add some rooted dirt, some lilacs, blue orchids, and lastly, a couple of little stone buttons. We'll probably keep with the theme of surrounding the pathway with azalea bushes, at least here in the middle of the town. Maybe once we get like further away from the fountain, we can not do that anymore. But like around this little fountain area, I think it looks really nice. And maybe heading over to the town square as well. One thing that this village needs for sure are some farm plots. So I think we'll place one here. It's not going to be very big, but of course we are going to do the same kind of design that the farm plots are usually in Minecraft villages. We'll waterlog the water here, and then I'm going to place a composter on top of it so that we can actually get a farmer villager back in this village, because we definitely need to repopulate it. And then for some reason, the villager only had a single potato planted. So we'll wait till it grows up and spread it around. On this opposite side, maybe we can have another farm. Honestly, the more farmers, the better. And this one can be a little wheat field, even though that they're probably going to mess it up very soon. So sorry, I am going to remove this so that you can become a farmer, please and thank you. Or, you know, just do whatever you want. That's fine too. Oh my goodness, just like every time I look at it, it's just getting better and better. And I'm just so happy with how it's turning out. I think I do want a few more flowers though, preferably some kind of white flower because I don't have any with me at the moment. But there is a flower forest over this way, so I can just pick a couple of flowers there. I want to make like a little sunflower field, but I want to mix sunflowers with some kind of white flower. So we'll grab a couple of extra sunflowers. Oh my goodness, there are so many. Ooh, and let's grab the azure bluettes. I love these flowers so much. See, this is the perfect location for another little flower hill, like a little flower forest. Oh, are you gonna become a farmer? Yay! Thank goodness these sunflowers face this way, because if they didn't, then I couldn't plant sunflowers here. I mean, I could, but it probably wouldn't look very good. And the azure bluettes are just really going to help fill the ground and some empty areas. Look, he's planting potatoes. Is that a potato or a carrot? I think it's a potato. All by himself. So proud. They grow up so fast. Look, he's planting so many. I guess he just had them with him. Also, I should probably put a slab on top of the composter so he doesn't jump up on top of it and crush his field. I think it just needs a little bit more, so I'm just going to place some little azalea bushes. And what do you think? Do you remember what the before looked like? And now here's the after. Doesn't it just look so much better? I just want to make one more crop field, so I'm going to get rid of this little pen here and then place a crop field here instead. I'll probably have to get a little bit more crops back on my base so that all of the different... What is he doing up there? Hello? He's stuck with the sheep. Anyways, I would love the villagers to have carrots as well. So I'll probably have to go back to my base to get some carrots. And I'm going to need a little bit of food for myself because I only have 11 pieces of steak. But for now, we'll just leave it like this. And that crop field is finished. We've made a lot of progress with this village so far. And we're kind of getting to the end point. But I haven't done any work with the buildings. We will be sprucing up all of the buildings in the village. But I do want to add 2 more buildings. Right here with this random cow pen would be the perfect place for a barn. So let's just plop down a little barn, shall we? It is going to be the most simple little barn, but I'm going to try to give it that special Minecraft village essence. So the base of it will be cobblestone. Eventually, I do want to add a spruce trim to most of the Minecraft buildings. I think it's just going to make it look a lot nicer. So eventually this roof design will match the other roofs of the village. We'll do a little bit of oak wood for the walls, and then we'll do a little window with some spruce fences inside of it. This has been such a big project, but at the same time, it's also been really easy. Obviously, I'm not building very complex things or really building that much at all, but like, you know, I'm still redoing an entire village. I'm just gonna do a little coarse dirt flooring. Clearly the cows love it in here, so I'm happy for them. And maybe we can sprinkle some patches of coarse dirt kind of out here in their little pen. Last but not least, we'll add some lanterns, and there is our completed barn. It kind of like goes into the cliff a little bit right here, but it's fine. Minecraft villages are kind of weird and goofy anyways, so that's my excuse for anything looking weird, okay? Really, the last thing that I want to actually build in this village is a little horse stable over here beside of this pen. This one is so tiny, so I think a little horse stable would be perfect. And by horse stable, I literally mean a stable big enough to hold like a single horse, maybe 2. We'll have a little diagonal kind of roof, like so. This one is also kind of getting squished into the hillside, but that's not my problem. We'll add just a couple of little details around, And this is really going to be our little horse stable. We can do just like a little bit of coarse dirt work maybe. I am apparently incapable of keeping shovels literally at all in this world. I don't know why. I always break them. Even like fancy diamond shovels. Okay, there we go. I like it. I think that makes this little pen actually have a purpose other than trapping villagers, because that's kind of what it's good at. One of the last things that I need to do for the village is go through and redo all of the houses. And by redo, I really only want to maybe like change up some little roof trims, add some trap doors, some lanterns, maybe some plants. I'm really just sprucing things up. Again, keeping that Minecraft village charm. I would argue this is the best way for you to redo a Minecraft village. Obviously, doing a completely custom one is super cool and they turn out beautiful. But I just don't want to do a full custom village. At least not right now. I think that this is a lot of fun just by itself. For this roof, I'm just going to have some spruce diagonals going all the way up, and then of course the trim all the way around. So on each of the corners, we'll add a little spruce staircase. And in the middle, we'll add a little spruce slab. So this is the new roof. Ooh, and maybe I'll do this little corner detail. I kind of like that. Just so that it's not so flat all the way around. Notice how I'm not changing the structural integrity at all of the buildings. Just adding some little details that, in my opinion, make it look just a little bit better. I always like putting the doors on the inside rather than the outside. Let me know, do you usually do doors like this, or do you have them like pushed in? I don't know why, but like I can only do doors like this unless it's like very specific to the design of the house. But usually when in doubt, my doors are inside. This is the last little detail I'm going to add to this house, just like a little flower box. And then this is the completed house transformation. Let me know, do you think it looks better than the before? Sure, maybe there's more I can do to it, but I think this already just looks so much better. Now to do that same thing to literally all of the other buildings. All the houses have been remodeled and I think they look so good all together. I know all of the changes were super tiny, but I love like all the chimneys and the spruce accents really like warm up the village. The chimneys just make the village look so much more lively, even though that we only have like, what, 4 villagers, I think. I want to get in here and maybe place some more beds. I don't know why they're not making babies. Maybe they just don't have enough food yet. But we do have 2 farmer villagers. They just don't like to work, apparently. But with all of that being said, we are on the last finishing touches of this village. I want to place just a couple more of these lights around. So we'll place one here, maybe another one beside of this house. Obviously, this village is not going to be spawn proof by any means, but I would like to make it just a little bit safer. But let's be honest, I'm mostly doing these lights for aesthetics, not really for the villagers' safety, if I'm being completely honest. I did also plant some carrots here, and it looks like we can start to spread them out. And maybe we'll give the rest of the carrots to the villagers so they can start making babies. Farmer villager, it is your job to share food with everyone else, so please do that. I'm counting on you. I think the last light can go right here behind the little market square. I also want to place a couple of benches around, and I'm just going to do this one really lame bench design, but it gets the job done. Also, I'm pretty sure that our villager who was there on the cliff fell to his death because he was trying to run away from a zombie. Place another bench here. And then last but not least, maybe we'll place one last one here. There's just a couple more areas that we can sprinkle some flowers around. Oh, I just heard a baby. Oh my goodness, look, we have our very first baby. Oh, I'm so happy. Hello, baby villager. That means it's growing. Oh, I'm so happy. Are you all the parents? Congratulations. Anyways, there is a small little flower hill that's finished. I also figured that we could add a couple of azalea trees to kind of just make everything feel a little bit more private and secluded. If there's any empty spots that feel like they just need a little bit of extra something, we can plant a tree. Oh, but the baby took my bed. Absolutely not. Ooh, I have all these pitcher plant flowers that I haven't planted literally anywhere. So right here in front of the market square will be perfect. Really just any empty areas that are around, I'm just planting flowers. I don't necessarily want to make flower hills everywhere. Like I don't want it to feel like a flower forest in the entire village, but just like a couple sprinkled around are nice. I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. This feels so Animal Crossing coded. Just going around and planting flowers. Oh my goodness, you know how much fun it would be if I recreated my Animal Crossing town in Minecraft? Is that a terrible idea? I don't know, but I kind of want to do it now. Let me know if you would like to see a video like that. I have no idea if anyone would even want to watch that. Obviously, that would be like a project, like a whole project, but it sounds like a very fun project. If you've been following along with this video, you know that we have one very last thing that we need to do before we can say that we are done with this village, and that is to connect the village with my base, which is very, very far away. I think I'm just going to do a super simple, oh my gosh, look at this baby just hanging out on my bed. Okay. But I'm just going to do a super simple path block pathway, I think. I'm not even going to detail it quite literally at all. Also, this mess is getting kind of crazy. There's my iron. I'm going to need so many shovels. I am also pretty much out of spruce wood, so I'm going to have to get a little bit more of that just so that we can make some more staircases and slabs, because I'm sure we're going to need those. Sorry baby, that's my bed. But this path isn't going to build itself. Let's start this. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna time how long it takes me just because I'm curious, and I will let you know. I kind of lost track of time how long this path took me to make, but I am finally done with it, and it is a massive pathway. I would love to get myself a horse so that I can travel it a bit faster. I don't know, there's just something kind of cool about traveling with a horse in Minecraft. Elytras are great and everything, but I like to actually walk around my world, you know? Eventually, I think it could be really cool to have some extra builds around the road, maybe some little like farmhouses and such. I don't know, just so that we have something to look at, because our little temple up there is so cool, and I love that this road goes right past it. This mountain already looked so cool before, but with the sky temple it just looks even better. It took me like half a day to walk all the way from my base to the village. It takes so long. In between episodes, I did go ahead and move our mending villager into this little stall here, and I actually am in need of a name tag, so let's go ahead and purchase that. We're going to start off today's episode building that iron farm, and I'm going to need a name tag to name the zombie. Also, I'm going to need a couple of villagers. We have one here. Obviously, we have our little mending villager, but since I'm going to need some more villagers, I am going to feed them a little bit. Here's some potatoes just so that they can repopulate a little bit. I need to make sure that we have at least 2 villagers left in the village, not including that guy. Also, I did put some more beds in the village, so they should be able to breed. There's another villager in this building, so technically I just need to find one more. I'll probably let the farmer villager stay here. Oh yeah, and here's another one. Okay, cool. So we are good to go. Technically, I do need 3 villagers for this iron farm, but they can kind of just breed while I'm working on the farm. That's what I'm thinking maybe. Though, if you do decide to make a baby right now, I wouldn't complain. Oh, is it baby time? Are you all gonna make a baby? Trading potatoes goes while in the middle of baby making, do whatever you need. Oh wait, they said no. I'm not sure why they're saying no. That is very annoying. Maybe I need to put more beds here instead of over in those houses. But I mean, they're not even that far away. What do you mean? I am going to go ahead and place some extra beds up here. But in the meantime, while we are waiting, this house is so small. How am I supposed to place a bed here? Anyway, while we are waiting for them to continue to make babies, I'm going to go ahead and start prepping the villagers to be moved. And we're going to actually use some of the ghasts to try to move the villagers. I've never done this before, so we're going to see what happens and if it goes well or not. We'll move that stonecutter villager first over to this boat. Oh my goodness, the village has a goat. That's so cool. Our next villager we can move is this little cauldron villager. He just shut the door in my face. Almost there and perfect. We have 2 villagers in the boat. Oh wait, look, they're trying to trade carrots to each other. That's kind of cute. I'm going to try to drag the boat over until I get frustrated, and I'm already frustrated. So now we'll go fetch a ghast and we'll just bring the ghast over to the villagers. Did this one snap his lead? How did he do that? Literally, what do you mean? I didn't even know that could happen. Luckily, he stayed around here though, I guess. Also, I did have the foresight to bring some snowballs this time, so hopefully this shouldn't be too hard. I am still very rusty doing this. I quite literally have no idea what I'm doing. Wait, that little shadow of the sky temple is actually so cute. But I'll just be making my way very slowly over to the villagers. Wait, look at my shadow. Why do I love that so much? It's actually so cute. That just looks so cool. Don't worry, villagers, I'm coming. I actually think this might take longer than me just walking across this pathway. But let's see how this works. I truly have no idea how to do this. Can I get low enough? No, I don't think I can. So I'm thinking I'm gonna keep the snowballs in my offhand, and then I will do this. And then do I just like get on him? Wait, is it working? Oh my goodness. Wait, look. I need to get a little bit higher so they're not like skirting across the ground. Villagers, you are flying. Look at them down there. Oh, I love that. That is so cool. This is a very long way to travel, but it's super easy and not nearly as tedious, that's for sure. But we'll just bring these 2 villagers home minus the headache. We are home, so I'm going to unmount. And yeah, look, the villagers are just like safe and sound. I love this so much. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hello? Let me get a little fence so that I can place our ghast friend on a fence. Just for now, we'll bring you back home here very soon. I need to get these. Oh my gosh. If you can't tell, I still have no idea what I'm doing, but stay here for now. Let me go to sleep, and then I want to park the villagers inside of my house. So that being said, I want to make sure that the house is villager friendly. Just for now. Now, villagers, you have one choice, and that is to go in the house. I swear, if you go somewhere else in this base, I will be so upset. Perfect, perfect, perfect. You are doing so well. Oh, you shut me out. I'm so proud of you. Where are they now? Oh, okay, cute. You do whatever you want in here, okay? I'm going to give them a little bit of food, so hopefully they make a baby. Let me break these carpets so they can get in the bedroom. Oh my gosh, are you gonna jump off the balcony? Really? Okay. Can we not do that, please? Hello? Oh, also, I didn't think about the fact that they could, you know, just like go into the depths of this world. So let me block this off too. I feel like I have company. That's so cute. Very dumb company, but still company. I think this will prevent them from yeeting themselves off the balcony. There, I can't yeet myself off the balcony, and neither should they be able to. But you all get busy in here making babies. please, please, and thank you. And I am going to bring our ghast friend back home. Welcome back to your little cloud ghast, and thank you so much for all of your help. Hopefully you don't snap off that lead again. If we could not do that, that would be fantastic. Hello, villagers. Are we safe in here? So far, so good, but no baby. Anyways, moving on to this iron farm. In between episodes, I did gather some iron farm materials, and I was trying to figure out where I wanted to place this iron farm. And like, sure, I could place it over by the castle, but I'm not really ever over by the castle unless I'm working on it. And I'm in my house all the time because that's really where the majority of my storage is. So what if we place our iron farm in this little stairwell? I was thinking that we could have another section kind of going down, then we could have the iron farm here. I heard a baby. Wait, I heard a baby villager. Hello, baby. Okay, I want to get rid of some of these beds because I don't want them to overrun my house with babies. So they can have 2 beds. You're welcome. Anyways, moving on to this iron farm. I will leave the iron farm tutorial linked down below. And if you can't tell, it is an underground iron farm. And the video says to go at least 12 blocks down. The floor of my house is at Y81. So we need to go down to Y69. I'm just going to make a little spiral staircase all the way down. And here is Y69. I will make the staircase look a little bit better later, but I can go ahead and start getting this iron farm in. And you know me and tutorials, I'm just going to be watching the video. I don't know what I'm doing, so I can't really provide much commentary. So please enjoy some replay footage. The iron farm is mostly in, I hope, I guess we'll find out. But I figured that we could lure the zombie together. Hopefully this shouldn't be too difficult. Wait a second, I'm not ready. No. But I did make a super cute little pathway for the zombie to be able to get down super easily, and we should be able to escape super easily as well. Oh, I see our zombie. Come with me. You have a very important job. So if we just come down this little staircase, then he should, yeah, wait, that was so easy. I just need him to get in this little, hey, look at me. Buddy. Okay, come on. Oh wait, he's holding an item. That means technically we don't even need this name tag. But if you could like come in here, that would be fantastic. For some reason, he won't go up on the slab, which is quite literally the most annoying thing ever. Also, I do indeed hear an iron golem walking around, which is not a great sign. I was already thinking that it's very possible that I'm going to have to kind of slab and spawn proof the surrounding caves. But zombie, just get up on this little section, please. You know, does he really need to be on a slab? Who knows? Maybe not. What if he just goes on like buttons or something? Maybe we do that instead. It will block the spawns. It's fine. I actually don't really know if it's fine, but we're just gonna say it is, okay? Anyways, where's this iron golem just walking around? Oh, cute. Okay. So it looks like I have a lot of spawn proofing to do. It's really my own fault for building this so close to so many caves, but I don't mind doing a little bit of tidying up. Honestly, it'll be fine. This is in such a good place too. Once I am able to get it all in, I think it's gonna be really good for us. But let me show you what's happening here. So of course we have this staircase, and I did tidy up the walls a little bit. And then right here, honestly, we don't even need this little section here, but it did go down to the villagers. But right here we have the chest that we will be able to get all the iron from, and we can also do some like maintenance things as well if we need to. But for now, I'm just going to block that off like that, and then I need to get in here and block off this staircase. I hate how you can hear them. I don't want to be able to hear the villagers, but from the inside of my house, you can't really hear them, so that's good. You can kind of hear them. Okay, well, what do we do? It's an iron farm below my house. But we'll grab ourselves some stone and then turn the stone into slabs. And I am going to go down here and do lots of little maintenance work around. And luckily, FreeCam is going to be so helpful for this. So if you consider this cheating, then I guess I'm a cheater. But I am definitely going to be doing some looking around and finding some caves for us to spawn proof. First, I do want to get to that one iron golem, and unfortunately we are going to have to kill him without also killing ourselves. So that will be fun. Nice little adventure for us. Oh, hello, there you are. I'm going to try to cheese this as much as I can. So if we can stand back here and just hit him with my bow. Perfect. Then from there, I can just go through and place a bunch of slabs. Wait, look, we can hear an iron golem dying. Now let's see our iron. Why didn't we get any iron? Wait, look how close this lava is to Pikachu. I had no idea. I truly don't know why we didn't get iron from that. That is so weird, isn't it? Wait, did he somehow like phase through the wall? Hello? Because he's definitely just like hanging out down there. What do you mean? Well, he's dead now. I guess I'll place slabs here too, though I don't know if they can actually spawn here. I have no idea what happened. Oh, we hear another one dying. Is he actually? Oh, so he's not actually getting in the lava. He's just suffocating. I get it. Okay. Well, we'll let him do his thing and then continue placing slabs. That's so scary. Iron golems scare me so bad. Okay, let me just help him. There you go. Oh, hi, buddy. I think something bad just happened. So I heard this zombie turn into a drowned. Do zombies kill axolotls? There's no way that a zombie went into my pond and killed my axolotl. Does that happen? Because I do not see Pikachu anywhere. Where did Pikachu go? I didn't know that that happened. What do you mean? And why has it just happened now? Pikachu has been with us for so long. That's actually so sad. What do you mean? That's evil. Why is that even in the game? That should not be allowed. I do hear the lovely sound of iron golems dying, though I don't even... Are they dying here? They are not dying here. Okay, we have a lot more work to do. The iron farm is running pretty well. I have went through and slabbed a bunch of the surrounding caves, and we already have over 2 stacks of iron and some poppies. I'm actually going to take that for today's build. I did also do this little flower pot thing. Oh, look, we have an iron golem right there. Hello. Thank you for your goods. But I did this little flower pot thing because I heard somewhere that if you allow the villagers to not see the zombie all the time, then it kind of prevents it from stopping working. That's literally a trash way to explain that. But if the villagers are constantly scared, then they will eventually stop spawning iron golems. So we have to do whatever we can to prevent that from happening. Do the flower pots actually do anything? I don't know. But I saw it on a Reddit post, okay? So we're gonna do it. But anyways, moving on to today's build, we're going to be adding an extra build to the castle wall, which is very exciting. For me, if you can't tell, I like to build pretty things to hide ugly farms. And this iron farm is pretty ugly, but I still want a cute build to kind of signify that we do have an iron farm. So that being said, I'm going to be building an iron shop so that we can stock all of our iron inside of the shop. Also, I don't know where the spider was coming from. We're gonna ignore it. Hello, Petunia. How you doing? I've also mentioned that in this world, I don't really just want to have a big, massive storage room. I want to have a bunch of builds that have unique storage inside of them, like the lumber mill, which you can't see, and then also the wool farm. And then this build will have the iron inside of it. I did go ahead and gather all of the little goodies that we're going to need for this build. Also, if we look at at the castle wall, we'll probably be able to fit maybe 3 more builds, depending on the size of them. This build is going to be on the smaller side, and then we might be able to fit 2 more builds right here in the middle. Either way, the castle wall is going to fill up very quickly. But let's just go ahead and get on to building, shall we? We're going to start off with a brick and granite base, just like we did with the cozy tavern. Let's pop down a little outline. You can see what I mean now about this build being on the smaller side. It's quite a bit smaller than our tavern. From here, these walls will go up 5 blocks. Though we will leave a little room for a window up at the front, and the front door will end up going right here. One of the farms that I'm going to need to build soon is some kind of clay farm. Mason villagers will also help with that because I can buy bricks from them, but just having clay in general would be really nice. So really both a masonry and a clay farm probably in my future. Though I think in the next episode I want to do a pumpkin and melon farm because I so badly need a source of emeralds. If you didn't know, I still don't even have all of the best enchants on my gear. I'm using an iron shovel. It's because I just don't have enough emeralds to actually have librarian villagers and be able to actually trade with them. I have a mending villager, but that's about it when it comes to librarian villagers. It just amazes me that I am 752 days into my world and I still have so much to do. It truly feels like I could just be in this world forever. I'm still not getting bored. I'm having so much fun with it. With the lower walls in, we're going to be getting in the upper floor, and I'm going to be doing what I can only describe as a medieval style build. I don't know, for some reason whenever I have an upper section that kind of like pops out from the lower part of the build, it's just automatically medieval in my mind. You know, like we're gonna have some extra supports outside of this lower wall instead of it just being like straight up and down like we have with the starter house. Does that actually make any sense at all? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not an architect. I just like to place down Minecraft blocks. We'll go up the same number of blocks on the top floor, 5 blocks. Obviously, I'm going to be rounding these little window ways like I do with literally every build, but instead of getting the walls in first, let's get the details in first. I don't know, this just seems like a good time to go ahead and pop these little guys in. There's our last little window detail, and honestly, let's just keep on going on with the walls. We'll go ahead and place some pale oak wood for those walls. And I'm going to do the same little shroomlight design that I did for the tavern. Also, these walls are sitting right on top of the bottom walls. So technically, no, the top floor is not being popped out 1 block, but it kind of looks like it because the pillars are popped out 1 block. But here is where those shroomlights come in. So we'll put them in the middle of each of these window openings. Speaking of shroomlights, I want to do nether stuff in this world too. Again, there's just always so much stuff that I want to do, but I really want to build a super cutesy nether hub. I've always wanted to do that in Minecraft, just make it so different from what the nether looks like, make it super safe and pink and pretty, or maybe not pink, I don't know what colors I'm gonna go for, but you know what I mean, just a bit different from what the nether looks like. With the walls in, it is roof time, so I'm going to craft some dark oak stairs. We'll also need some slabs, and lastly for the dark oak I'm going to do some gate details. We'll also have a bit of the roof that pops out here. That way we have an extra little peak there in the middle, though it will actually sit on top of the spruce beams. Now it is roof time. The roof is in, and I went ahead and got these little bits in as well, including that one up at the front. But it is finished, so now we get to work on the more exciting things. The roof for me is one of the most annoying things to work on in a build. I'd rather do about anything other than the roof. But here on this little front section, let's add some stone brick walls. We'll add some little fences and then connect it with some gates so that we have a little opening. Ooh, though right here, I do want to replace this with a fence so that we can hang a lantern from it. So we have a cute little lantern right by the front door. I really wanted a cute wool shop window on this build, hence this little window right here at the front. So let's go ahead and add that in. We'll start the wool actually on this layer, so let me get rid of this little trim, and we're going to do a light gray and a white wool striped roof. We'll have it kind of slope down like so that it's not just straight across. To me, this just feels like such strong shop vibes. Like you have to have some kind of little wool roof in your shop. I am a huge fan of that design. But let's fill in the window, and then we'll just add some simple spruce shutters. Up at the front, I want a little table, and I think it would be perfect for us to add some little poppy flower pots, since this is an iron shop and you get lots of poppies from an iron farm, of course. We'll also add a little lantern just so that we have a little bit more light up at the front. And that will pretty much do it, at least for the lower section. Also, I just noticed that I forgot a trapdoor right there, so I need to add that. And actually, we'll go ahead and just bring it all the way across since we have this white wool here, just so that we can cover the top of it. I'm definitely going to need some more lanterns. I don't know why I brought so little with me. What if instead of this little trapdoor here, we add a flower pot instead? Let's do it. I think it'll be cute. Wow, look at it. So cute. Now I'm thinking, should we add a flower pot to each of the outside windows too? I kind of want to do that. So we're going to see, what do we think? I love it. That's a cute little detail for sure. Moving on to the side of the build, doesn't this bottom section just look so weird? It looks so unproportional from the top. This is one big reason why I struggle with medieval style buildings, or rather buildings where the top is bigger than the bottom. They just look really weird at the bottom. But you don't think I do this without a plan, do you? Absolutely not. In order to balance things out a little bit, here at the bottom, I'm going to add an overhang. And under said overhang, we're going to have even more flower pots. This time we'll put an azalea bush, a torch flower, and also a poppy. And sure, it doesn't necessarily fix the issue, but I feel like it just makes it look a bit more pleasing to the eye down there. And actually, what if we add a little window here? Isn't that just so darling? Next up on this side, I'm going to add a little sign. Obviously, we have to have something to signify that this is going to be an iron shop, just like how we have at the tavern. That's a little bed, if you didn't know. Doesn't really look like a bed from here, but I promise you it's a bed. But here on the end, we'll have a little arm come out, if you will. And hanging from said arm, I'm just going to do a big old chunk of iron. See, clearly this is an iron shop, but look at this build already. Isn't it looking so cute? I am so happy with this, and I feel like I was able to put in so many details in such a small build. Like, it doesn't even look like a small build, but it is a pretty small build, honestly. Like, look at the inside, but then the outside, I don't know, it just looks so good. I'm so happy with it. I'm not really sure what to do with the back and this side as of now. We have lots of empty space here that we can definitely do something with. Even if it's just like a little garden area, a little seating area. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that too much. I think I want to go ahead and get the interior in. And first things first, we can go ahead and finish off the ceiling, get the floor in, figure out where the staircase is going to go, and then we'll go in and do a bit of detailing. But we'll walk onto a platform, and since this window is pretty low, I'm going to have just this be the floor. This be the floor, but actually I do want to replace the floor so it's not just stone. Also, if you do hear skeletons, you are not hearing things. There are definitely some skeletons down there. Not terrifying at all to think that I literally have a single slab protecting me from down there. I never said that I was a I was going to say I never said that I was a responsible hardcore Minecraft player. Anyway, this will be the shop entrance, and I was thinking that we could have maybe an armor stand display or a couple of them, and then we can go down here and we'll probably have the actual like shop desk and some other little like tables. I'm excited. I love interiors in Minecraft. In order to save on space, maybe we'll just do a ladder going up to the second floor, and then on the second floor I think we'll do some dark oak wood just to switch it up from the floor so that the ceiling and the floor are not the same block, and I think it's going to give it a really cozy feel in here. For the top floor, I definitely want to separate some extra rooms in here, and these shroom lights are quite literally so bright. I think they look fantastic on the outside, but on the inside they're a little bit much, so honestly I'm going to fill this in just a little bit, and also because we do have this brick that we can't get rid of, so might as well just cover it up. We'll also get some extra variety in the rooms too this way, so this one will be a little bit smaller than this one. For the ceiling, we'll do some spruce wood, and we'll do a little design so that we have some spruce trap doors in the middle of the ceiling, and we'll have a ring of stripped spruce logs around, and we will be able to actually place a lantern here too once I get more lanterns. I don't know what to do about these ugly shroom lights though, because they're so bright and I don't like them. I'll figure it out later. For now, let's get the other ceiling in, and I think I'm just going to do the same exact thing. Oh wow, we have a creeper right on top of the castle wall. Love that for me. Oh, and a spider. Okay, cool. You know another farm I need to make? I need to make a gunpowder farm and a paper farm for rockets. I just don't know what I've been doing for 758 days because hello, why do I have literally no farms made? I've just been lollygagging this whole time apparently. Part of me is thinking that I just completely hide the shroom lights altogether. They're kind of ugly. What if we just have like beams going all the way down or something? We'll definitely get some lighting in here obviously, but what if we just do something like this? And then we'll do the same thing in this room. I don't know, I think I'm gonna do it honestly. I don't think it looks bad necessarily, but that is the structure of the interior done. We have all the floors in, all of the walls, the ceiling done. So I'm going to bring my little shulker boxes with me back down to my base and gather some interior goodies. We're gonna need things like armor stands, obviously, item frames, bookshelves, beds. Oh, hello, Petunia. Whoa, look at it up there. It looks so good. It's a whole proper build. I'm so happy with it. Wait, I just heard an iron golem die. We love that sound. Oh my goodness. Look how much iron we have. I didn't think that it would be running while we were building, but it kind of looks like it's been running, doesn't it? Honestly, might as well just take all of it because we have to stock up our iron shop. Hopefully I didn't forget anything, but I brought lots of decorating materials. Can't think of much else we're going to need, and hopefully we can just craft anything that we're going to need while we're up there. Another thing I need to do is actually make a proper nether portal, because hello, why has my nether portal just been that for so long? Well, let's place some blocks inside of the iron shop, shall we? I wanted to see if the iron farm has been busy while I've been working on the interior of the iron shop, and it has. I love that it works all the way up there. Again, I definitely did not think that was going to be the case. I definitely thought I was going to have to be closer to my house for it to work. Also, I did add a little chimney to the iron shop, so we have some little smoke going up there, and I think it just makes it look so alive and cozy. But let me mosey my way over there and I will show you what the interior looks like. Actually, I just had an idea of what I could do with that empty space to the right of the iron farm. So let me gather materials for that, and then we'll mosey our way up there. So I wasn't recording, but I didn't really get up to much. All I was saying is I was thinking back here in this little area, we could plant a little poppy garden. Also, we have a wandering trader wandering around, but you get so many poppies from iron farms, and I figured that a little poppy garden would be perfect. Wait, why do I kind of want to do this? Kind of want to cause chaos. Oh my gosh, I am so evil. But we'll just plant a bunch of poppies around. And I'm even going to plant more poppies on the side of the iron shop. The more poppies, the merrier. Over here, we'll place a little bench. And I want to place a little overhang on top of it to kind of protect you from the sun. And also just to have a little bit more of an exciting bench. Though it's not really going to protect you from the sun that much because the trapdoors have holes in them. But isn't that so cute? We'll add a wee bit of lighting around. Also, I can't believe that these llamas are still attached to the lead. Wait, I want to see him. Oh yeah, he's just hanging out down there. See, he likes it. Last but not least, we'll sprinkle around some pots. I literally only have enough bricks for 4 pots. Oh wait, he broke his lead. I will take it. In said pots, I'm going to place some azure bluettes and also some torch flowers. But that is pretty much going to do it for our little poppy garden. I know it's pretty simple, but I think it's better than having nothing at all. But let's move on to our iron shop interior tour. In this little entrance spot, we have some armor stands and lots of little item frames that display some iron tools and a little rug. Moving down into this desk section, we have a table in the middle with lots of iron goodies, and we have just iron accents throughout the shop, like these little iron filled item frames. We have an anvil, and I even hung some chains from the ceiling. In this chest, I'm going to place all of the iron. I don't know if we're going to need to expand this chest, but obviously we can also turn these iron ingots into iron blocks. If we go behind the counter, we can head upstairs. And this first room, I imagine, would be a living room, and that's a TV, okay? There's a little couch, and you can watch the TV. We have some other little decorational bits around too. And then in this room, this is the bedroom. A very cozy bedroom, if I do say so myself. And that does it for the interior tour. Let me know what you think about it. I love doing interiors in Minecraft now. For some reason, they're just so much fun for me, and doesn't this just look so good? I'm so happy with it. I wanted to do a quick update on the iron farm because I've done a lot of work in between episodes and it's just been running this whole time. And look how much iron we have. Literally so much. Honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and take it all out right now. Look, there's an iron golem right there. When I tell you this thing is running all the time, I literally mean it's been running all the time. But now we can start crafting some iron blocks. Look how many iron blocks we have. This is crazy. I have never built an iron beacon, but I definitely think that we are going to be able to in this world. I've always done an emerald beacon, but iron beacon, here we come. I also did a lot of work on stream collecting all the materials that we're going to need for our pumpkin and melon farm, and also the build for the pumpkin and melon farm. Yes, I've been streaming again, so definitely feel free to check me out over on Twitch if you haven't already. You better check fast because who knows how long this streaming thing is gonna last. Maybe 2 months, maybe just 1 more week. I don't know, who can say? And one last quick update before we get started with today's project. I did build this little build here. Oh wait, do we have a wandering trader? We do. Hello, wandering trader. But I did build this build here for a long play that will be up next week. This build is actually so cool. I'm so proud of it. I think it looks so good and I love the pink. I figured that this could be a merchant's house because obviously we have villagers trading in the village. So maybe a traveling merchant lives here and they use pigs to drive their cart, kind of like Stardew Valley. Hence the pigs here on the side, and we still have a little baby. I just love how big their heads are. Like, look how big his head is. He's so cute. And I built a little cart here that they can use to travel to the village, obviously driven by pigs. But that is pretty much all of the updates I have for you. Let's go ahead and get started on with today's project. For the pumpkin and melon farm, I figured that we could build a cute farm outpost kind of thing along this pathway. Though, unfortunately, this pathway is pretty treacherous. There are mountains everywhere, and if we keep on going this way, then the pathway literally just goes through a valley. There's mountains on either side, and I feel like for farmland, you definitely need something flat. It just doesn't make sense for me to plop down a farm like on top of the hill or something. So yes, it will be along this pathway. However, it's going to be a little bit out of the way, which I feel like fits the vibe just fine. We're going to have a cute farm kind of tucked away from the rest of civilization. Though now that I think about it, it's probably a terrible idea for a pumpkin and melon farm because it's not actually going to be running very often, but that's not my problem. Though I think a few AFK sessions there honestly might just do the trick. But if we go over this very tall hill kind of through this valley, then we will reach the most perfect piece of flat land for this pumpkin and melon farm. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if we keep on traveling that way, that's actually where our stronghold is. As you can see, I've clearly been here. And just for a little bit of context, this is the piece of flat land. That over there is the stronghold. Our pathway is over this hill, and then there obviously is the sky temple. And the village is over this way. You can kind of see it. So it's kind of out of the way, but also close to a lot of other things. Now let me turn down my render distance before my game crashes or something. I want this pumpkin and melon farm to be a proper farm. So we will have a farmhouse, but also just like a little plot of pumpkins and melons just for decoration. And then maybe a little storage building on the side. I definitely want farm outpost vibes, not just a random farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. So that being said, let's go ahead and start mapping out where we're going to place all of our builds. Maybe right here we'll place the front right corner of the farmhouse, and then just go along and place the rest of the pillars. We'll do a little mud brick wall foundation. And don't worry, I will make this look nice later. We're just placing blocks down to figure out exactly where we want the builds to go. On this left side of the build, I'm going to place a tiny little attached horse stable. So with that in, that is the farmhouse down. And I feel like this is a pretty good spot for it. Maybe over on the right side, we can have our pumpkin and melon farm, the decoration one. The actual automatic one is going to go under the ground. Obviously, we had to hide it. And actually, maybe we can place our little like storage shed over here as well. But I may get that in once we actually get the pumpkin and melon farm in. Also, wouldn't it be so much better if I leveled out this entire layer of dirt? I think so. Let me do that with my broken iron shovel. Wow, that lasted so long. Luckily, I have a fresh one in my inner chest. Okay, that right there, that's the horse that's going to be in the horse stable. He's beautiful. I've already called it. We're doing it. I just had an idea. What if I built a bunch of little horse stables throughout the pathway and just my world, so I can kind of pony express around my world? Is that the most practical form of transportation? Maybe not, but I don't know, it sounds kind of cool to me. Wow, that only took literally forever to do. Look how much dirt I got from that. I guess our next step is to probably start building the build. So like I mentioned before, we will have a mud brick foundation on the bottom. I feel like mud bricks just work better with heavy wood block palettes. Like imagine if this was stone, which it actually was originally, and I didn't really like it. The gray just clashes so much with these warm woody toned blocks. Before we move on to the walls and the roof, I want to go ahead and get the staircase in, and we do have ourselves a fairly large one. Now onto the walls, I just want to get the first layer of walls in so I can see where they're actually going to sit. For the majority of the build, we will just do pale oak walls slash white walls. I'm actually going to use a little bit of calcite in the white wall block palette, but here at the front we're going to use regular oak wood. All of the pillars are going to go up 9 blocks from the ground, so 1, 2, 3, and then 6 from here, and we'll join them across like so. I did all of this and then realized that I actually don't want these pillars here. So that's fun. I don't know why I did it. I just kind of got ahead of myself and I just kept on going. Anyway, that is the pillars in. Oh, hello, cow. Next up, it is roof time, and I am so excited to get this roof in. I'm going to do something I've never done before. So the trim will be dark oak wood, and this is where the fun part comes in. Whenever I build it up on the sides, I'm going to build it up like normal for a moment. And then I'm actually going to start to bring the roof out a little bit. So the roof will kind of V out from the building. Let me take a step back so you can see. Usually my roof trims obviously just go straight up. But as you can see, we have some little bits that kind of come off. So this is going to give the roof kind of this V shape. I've seen other Minecrafters do this with their roofs, and I wanted to try it out for myself. So this is my interpretation of that. Now to do this all the way around the build. With the roof in, let's go ahead and start filling it in. And to fill it in, we're going to do kind of a gradient. Granted, it's not a very good gradient, but we're going to be using a variety of blocks, like the stripped mangrove log, also a little bit of acacia, some mangrove plank, and some red terracotta. I will say that this is using quite literally so much mangrove wood, and if you've ever chopped down a mangrove tree, you know how tedious it is to collect mangrove wood. So using all this mangrove wood so fast pains me just a wee bit. But finally, we are on the mangrove planks. And after mangrove planks, it's time for red terracotta. For some reason, this is literally hurting my brain so much. Just trying to get everything even, figure out exactly where I should start the gradient. And I keep on falling. I am so ready to be done with this roof. Oh, I just fell again. I'm still working on making like good roof pallets. It's just not my strong point, that's for sure. But from the front, I feel like it's not awful. Maybe. Or maybe it is. This build is coming along nicely. We have all of the walls in, and it is detail time, aka my favorite part about building in Minecraft. On all of the corners, I'm going to place a staircase to kind of round them off. And then around the windows, I want to place a little frame. So we'll do slabs on the bottom and on the top, and then trapdoors beside of those. And lastly, connect those with some fences so we get this frame. The same section up here will get the same treatment. And we will boop a lantern up at the top. We need some lanterns at the bottom, so we'll place one on this left side, and then probably one here in the corner. That's not a lantern, that is a fence. Actually, I don't really like this lantern here, so let me get rid of it. And instead, I want to place some lanterns here on the corner by the front entrance. It's already looking so much better. Now on to this side. Essentially, we're just going to be doing the same thing all the way around the build. Every window will get that same frame. Every corner will be rounded off with staircases. Also, aren't the little orange windows such a nice detail? Obviously, this is a pumpkin and melon farm. I'm thinking that we need a lantern right here. So maybe I will replace this block with a full plank, so that I can actually place a lantern there. What do we think about this? We'll take a little step back. Yeah, I think that's nice. That's this side done. And I hear a wandering trader. Where is he? Oh, all the way down there, I also see a skelly and a creeper. Buddy, what are you doing all the way down there? That's like the worst place for you to spawn. On to the back wall. This sidewall won't really have much detail with it just because of the horse stable, but I will place that little lantern there. And then also some staircases here in the corner. let's get some staple details in. We will connect these beams. This upper section will kind of be designed like the other upper roof sections. Because the roofs do stick out, I have to do something a bit interesting in order to make it look normal. But I think it still looks pretty good. Obviously, we have to be able to actually enclose a horse in here. So I'm going to do this little stripped spruce detail with some fences. And to kind of meld it all together, let's add some gates. Actually, can the horses get through? No, I think we're good. I always like to do a triple gate for horse stables because horses can't get through one gate. So it'd be quite annoying if we just had one or even two. 3 makes it to where we can just get on in very easily. What if up here for the ceiling, we fill some of it in? Will a spider be able to spawn up there? I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. And honestly, I like that little red stripe detail. For the rest of the roof, I do want to place maybe some oak trapdoors, or the rest of the ceiling rather, kind of like so. So we'll still be able to see through the ceiling, but it's going to be covered a little bit. Possibly, maybe. I don't hate it, so we're gonna leave it. You know, as long as I don't hate it, then we're good. And we'll just add a wee lantern on the outside, and then we're pretty much done with this build, which is crazy. We finished it. And it's a pretty big one too, might I say. Like, it's not small. Obviously, we have a lot of interior work to do. Also, there is a cow here. Hello, cow. How you doing? I do want to get this pumpkin and melon farm in ASAP so that it can be running while we're doing the rest of the build and the rest of the little farm outpost. So that is my next course of action. Though it would probably be helpful for us to get a floor in here, maybe some walls. Also, look at the pretty sun rays coming through the orange windows. I love that. I just did a little bit of work getting some rooms in. So we have this room right whenever we walk in, a little hallway that brings us to this bigger room with a spiral staircase, which will bring us upstairs, and we have 2 rooms up here. I finished off the ceilings so that everything is nice and tidy and ready to be furnished whenever I feel like it. And then we can continue going down here, and eventually we will have the pumpkin and melon farm here. So I need to dig out a room here so we can have the pumpkin and melon farm. I debated on how big I wanted to make this farm, and I think I decided on just like a normal small-ish size. And we can always expand it if we realize it's not producing enough pumpkins and melons. Also, I'm not really going to follow a tutorial for this. I'm kind of just gonna wing it. I have built a couple of pumpkin and melon farms in my time, so I kind of know what I'm doing. Directly in the floor here, we are going to outline a 9x9 square. We actually need to outline it with staircases so that we can waterlog them. Since we are going to be planting crops, of course, they need water. The middle will be filled with dirt. This is the easy part, by the way. Once we have to do the pistons and observers, it's literally so annoying. I'm not looking forward to it. And maybe this isn't how other people do it, but this is how I am going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and plant the crops. And I definitely meant to bring bone meal with me so that I could speedy along the process a little bit. But I forgot. Yay, it's observer and piston time. I'm so excited. I'll do 1 row with you all so you can see the pain that I am about to endure. So all of the observers have to observe the crops like this, and they have to face down. So we have to make sure we can build up a block so we can be above the little plant. And then for the pistons, we have to be below in order to place them so that the pistons are facing down. So it's just very tedious, not difficult, just kind of annoying to do. And we're gonna have to do it this way with every single row. Again, maybe there's a better way, but this is the way I'm gonna do it, okay? Also, you can see how easy it's going to be for us to come back in and expand. We pretty much just need to recreate this in another little plot. So if I do decide that I need to expand, it won't be too much of an issue. Anyway, let me get this in. On top of all of the observers, we have to place a piece of redstone dust. And then the pistons get a block on top of them. I don't know why you do this, but you have to. After this, really the last thing we have to do is get the minecart system in. Oh wait, did you hear that? Things are happening. Obviously, we're going to be placing the hopper right here at the front. So I guess we'll place the chest here and attach the hopper to it. The rail will go straight across this way, and then we'll start to loop it around. To power the rails, we'll place a redstone torch, and then we can place powered rails on top of that. And we just repeat this again and again. As easy as that. We've got some little pumpkins floating up there, and really all we need to do is make this minecart go. So we'll place it here, flip the trapdoor, and then we can push it. And don't worry, it will get faster. Come on, minecart, you got it. Okay, maybe it doesn't got it. Here, let me give you a little boost. Once it starts going, it's gonna go though. See, now it's zoomed. And look, we already have a pumpkin. Now 2. So that the pumpkins and melons don't fly out of the farm, I'm going to surround it all with glass and then also place some shroomlight so we can get rid of these random torches. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I do want to polish off this room so that it doesn't look like this. So essentially, I just want to like hide everything as much as possible. It would be nice to be able to peek in just a little bit so we can at least see the pumpkins and melons. But then the walls are ugly, so maybe I can just replace the walls with some spruce wood. Or actually, maybe let's do dark oak wood just to switch things up, get a different block in there. And you can't tell that the ceiling is dirt, so we're leaving it dirt. It kind of makes me giggle that the farmers who live here have this like underground industrial pumpkin and melon farm going. Something about it just like feels like they're cheating or something. You know, they're going to the farmer's market and everyone's selling their measly potatoes and carrots and whatever. And then here they're going to come to the market with literally a plethora of pumpkins and melons because they have this like shady pumpkin and melon farm under the ground. That's how I like to think about it. It makes me giggle. Well, we have done it. We have built a pumpkin and melon farm, and it looks like it's running nicely. And the sprouts haven't grown all the way up yet, so when they do, it'll be even more efficient. But this little guy will be running while we are working on the outside of our farmhouse. For this outside pumpkin and melon farm, I do want it to be a little bit more neat and tidy. I want rows of pumpkins and melons and not just a scattered pumpkin patch. Oh my gosh, that scared me so bad. Luckily I'm okay though. Everything's fine. And now it's raining. Oh my goodness. Back here, I'm thinking that we can try to plant a larger oak tree, and then it can kind of act as a border to the pumpkin and melon farm. Let's see. Is this going to be a good one? Oh yeah, that is a good one. What do we think? Yeah, that looks pretty nice. And then we can have some kind of fence and then another little fence and then rows of pumpkins and melons. And I do want to build a little storage building like I was talking about before. Maybe over here will be a good spot for it. I'm not going to place it down just yet. I'm just going to kind of map it out. So it'll kind of be another border for the pumpkin and melon farm. And you know, actually, maybe let's just get it in. Maybe we can store extra pumpkins and melons in here, or maybe some emeralds. Though honestly, it's mostly for looks. I feel like it makes sense that a farm would probably have some kind of storage shed. We'll do another red roof. So we're going to alternate between mangrove slabs and also just full blocks of terracotta. Wouldn't it be so cool if at some point we are able to craft slab and staircase variants of terracotta and also concrete? Why can't we do that yet? I don't get it. I do want this storage shed to be enclosed in, but I also want it to have a little bit of depth. So we're going to use trap doors as walls. Here at the front, we'll hang some lanterns, and to connect the fences, we'll use some dark oak gates and then open them. And can get rid of this little guy. Obviously, I built this for storage, so let's go ahead and pop that down. We'll do a couple of rows. Oh wow, I'm gonna need so many more chests. Here at the top, we wouldn't be able to open up the chest if it was a double chest because there's a full block. So we'll just place a single chest. And there we have a very simple little storage shed. I'll probably add some flooring later, but let's start to get an outdoor pumpkin and melon farm in. For a fence, I want to do a mixture of bushes and then also fences. We have a little diagonal thing over here, and obviously you can't do diagonal fences. So what if we just do like a brick wall kind of thing? Maybe we can add some height variation throughout just to make it look a little bit more random. I just want everything to feel very enclosed in. I want it to feel like a section of the farm, you know? And I guess to separate it from the outside world. Next step is to actually get these farms in. I have no idea how I want to do this, but maybe I'll kind of map it out with some coarse dirt. And again, I want clean manicured lines. I'm thinking we'll do a little wheat field there in the back. And then on this section, we'll have the actual pumpkin and melon farm. I'll tilt directly onto the top layer of the ground, so no raised beds or anything. Hello, cow. How you doing? Just floating. I have no idea how the pumpkins and melons are going to grow if I just plant them here. Like, are they going to look weird whenever they're fully grown? I don't know, but I do have some little bone meal with me so I can speedy along the process. This is kind of what I was thinking. If they grow on this section, I think it'll look nice. Okay, that one grew well too. Oh, wait. Look, they're doing such a good job. Oh, that one did not grow right. But maybe it'll look okay if they're a little bit more scattered. It doesn't have to be perfect. I have some sunflowers and some hay bales. I definitely want to do a lot of scattering of things. And honestly, maybe even growing some little flower fields. Ooh, maybe we can have a flower field over there by the brick wall. I have torch flowers and pitcher pod flowers. I never use pitcher pod flowers, so maybe we'll do these. And let's also scatter some coarse dirt around. You know, I kind of might hate the pitcher pot flowers just a wee bit. Why do they look so weird? I could never make them work in my builds. They just look so prehistoric. They quite literally look like plants from whenever dinosaurs were alive. Might just play it safe and do lilacs. You know, that just feels more me. We will do lilacs. And then the sunflowers face this way, which I think will be perfect to place along the house. We'll just kind of scatter them around, kind of like we did with the lilacs. Before I get any further with decorating the farm, I do want to get at least like a little pathway in. It doesn't have to be perfect or anything right now, but I need to see at least where it's going to wind through the farm. I will be connecting this pathway all the way with a super long pathway as well. Here at the front, let's build ourselves a very bad cart. This will be the same cart design as I did with that one merchant house, that wood new build over that way. No, it's not a very good design, but I think it kind of looks like a cart. I don't know, you tell me. Do you think it looks like a cart? Just a few more designs before I am finished with this farm. I want to sprinkle around a couple of these little garden lights. We have yet to sprinkle around a hay pile, so let's do that here, and then maybe we can place like a chest there or something. There's a lot of animals around this plains, and this is a farmer and they're living on their own little homestead, so maybe it would make sense for us to have a little animal pen here. I don't want it to take up too much space, so it's just going to be a small one. It might be nice to have some kind of overhang for the animals at least, so they're not just in this one pen. Though I do imagine that the farmers probably let the animals out. You know, they let them roam around this giant plains and then they herd them back in. But this way, they will have some kind of shelter. I did do a similar design to this at that one merchant house in the piggy pen, and I love the design, so I'm probably going to be recreating it a bunch. I may replace these fences here with some stripped spruce logs. and maybe make it feel just a little bit more closed off. But isn't that just such a cute addition to an animal pen? And that about does it for our little farm. We have our storage building, we have this pumpkin and melon farm, and definitely not as neat and tidy as I was expecting. Actually, what are these melons doing? Hello? Why are they all hanging out on the outside? Maybe I will actually get rid of these and I'll let them try again. They'll get a second chance. Okay, he just grew right back on the outside. You know, there is a spot right there for you. Please choose that spot. We have lots of flowers around, our wheat field, our weird looking cart thing, and our animal pen. Though maybe we should actually get some animals inside of it. We can also bring our horse over as well. But first, let's grab this cow, and maybe the sheep. Though, look how many sheep there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But there we go. Now we have some decorative animals. Now it's decorative horse time, and that is my horse of choice. Looks like there is a sheep attached to it, and also literally so many other little sheepies around. Ooh, the horse seems actually pretty good. Maybe at least its hearts are pretty good. Oh wait, and it loves me already. Onwards to the farmhouse, and look how good it looks over there. And now you'll probably live in here for the rest of your life. Though doesn't it look so good? He's such a pretty horse. Now I just need to do this interior, which is going to take me literally forever. I did tidy the stairwell just a little bit. Also, pumpkin and melon farm check, looking pretty good. Ooh, and I did place a little crafting table down here so that we can actually turn the melon slices into melons. Though I will say it looks like the pumpkins are doing a lot better than the melons. So I don't know if that means that I should probably... Oh, cute. Wait, what happened to the minecart? What do you mean? The minecart just stopped working. I love that so much. It was running just fine before, I swear. I don't know why it's not now. Well, it should be fixed now. I guess it needed more power, though. Why was it running fine before it's not now? I don't know. That's a great question. Don't ask me. See what we can make with this. Wow. Wow. Would you look at that? Have you ever seen a dining room table so pretty? Okay, so I was thinking, what if we did like this and then like this? It's kind of ugly. That's so ugly. That's so ugly. Ignore. Pretend I didn't do it. How big do we want it to be? Oh, wait. Wow, not that big. You know, the good old horsey painting. That painting is superior. It's kind of cute. I like it. I am back. The interior is done, and I also did the pathway. But first, let's do an interior tour. So we walk in and we have this little entryway table. The kitchen is in this room. We have a sink, a little fridge, some shelves, and then in this big room, we have our little dining room table with lots of little decor bits around. I decided to enclose in the spiral staircase, and I feel like it looks so much better like this. It really just separates it from the rest of the room. But if we head on up, we will walk into a little hallway kind of, and we have some storage wardrobes just like we do in the starter house. Then this room is the living room slash bedroom. We have a watermelon rug, which is the perfect touch to this pumpkin and melon farm. And we obviously have lots of little details and decor bits around. I think this is my favorite room of the house. Though overall, I am really happy with how the entire build turned out. I really like this interior a lot, and I put a lot of details in it, and it makes me happy. Heading downstairs, we can do a quick pumpkin and melon farm check. As you can see, it's doing pretty well. We have lots of stacks of pumpkins and melons, and we can actually craft some more melons now. That'll add 26 more melons to our collection. But let's fly over and see the pathway that I did. This took me forever to do, but It finally connects all the way over to the super long pathway that connects my base over to the village. Will I ever use this pathway? Probably not, honestly. Why would I whenever I have an elytra? But it does connect sections of my world together and it makes me happy. Just as a quick refresher, in last episode, we did of course build a pumpkin and melon farm. So that means that we have plenty of pumpkins and melons to trade with villagers, but I don't actually have any villagers. I have yet to build a villager breeder in this world, and I definitely don't have any way to purify villagers, hence why I'm doing this project in today's episode. I have done a lot of work gathering materials that I'm going to need for the build. I just need a few more things, like some anvils, no big deal. Thank goodness for my iron farm, because if I didn't have one, this would not be happening. We'll also need some iron bars and actually some soul lanterns. I want this build to be a little bit darker. Usually that's not really my vibe, but I feel like it's really going to fit with this build, with it being a zombie breeder and purifier and all. I don't know, that's some kind of like creepy stuff, you know? Breeding a ton of villagers and then turning them into zombies and then turning them back into villagers. I'd imagine some activities like that would happen in a bit of a creepier place. And you know, Halloween is coming up too, so it kind of just fits with the vibes in real life as well. Now for the location for this build, I was trying to figure out where in my world do I want this creepy build, and I don't really want it near my base. So if we go down our very long pathway that of course connects to our village, then we have a kind of good location. I'm still not in love with this location. I'm reading Lord of the Rings right now for the very first time. I've never consumed this story ever, never even watched the movies. So I'm really inspired by having separate good areas and then maybe some more evil areas in my world. So I want this build to kind of signify an evil region in my world. So I was thinking, should I have like an evil mountain or something? Or should I build it really far away and have an evil country of sorts? But then I actually need this build to be functional and close to me, ideally, because I actually need to use the build. So that being said, I'm going to build the build on top of this hill. The mountain is a great idea, but I feel like a build has to be castle sized in order for it to make sense on top of a mountain. If it's just a really small build, it's just gonna look so wimpy up there. And I think if it's a little bit closer to the ground level, then it's going to look more epic. Like in hindsight, this little temple is a little bit too small, I think. It looks really cool up there, but in order for it to really make an impact, it should have been a little bit bigger. That's a lot of words to explain why I'm going to be building the build here. And I hope all of my jumbled thoughts made sense for you. So for build materials, we're going to be using lots of stone blocks. And then for wood, we'll be using a little bit of dark oak, but mostly it is going to be built out of stone. This is going to be quite the project, so we're just going to go ahead and jump on in. We'll start off with some tough bricks. I want there to be a kind of a gradient going from darker to lighter, and then the roof is going to be the deep slate. And the tough bricks are pretty dark, so we'll probably go tough bricks, maybe tough, cobble, stone bricks, so on and so forth. We'll have a big section here in the middle. This will be the main part of the build, and then a little section coming off the left. On this right side, we're going to have a tower, which will give us something that looks like this. From here, I just need to build the walls so tall, 13 blocks to be exact. And this is the kind of gradient that we're going to be going for. So of course, darker to lighter. This is a pretty good gradient, if I do say so myself. I'm pretty proud of it. While I'm getting these walls in, you can see how I really try to play with depth a lot in this build, because when it comes down to it, this is literally just a square, but it's a pretty cool square, if I do say so myself. At least it'll start to look a lot cooler once we get the rest of it in. There's still a lot more decoration that I need to do with the build, especially with this side tower over here. I haven't added any details. Also, look at that little block up there just glitching away. And the back and the sides of the build, I haven't done anything with either, but I do want to go ahead and get the roof in. And from there, I will add the details and figure out exactly what other windows I want to place. This roof has to have a pretty massive trim in order for it to match the size of the build. So we'll do something like this, and I plan on putting dark oak fence gates here in these little gaps. And we'll just keep on building up the trim. And you know, I should probably do the back of the build too, which will of course just be the same as the front. I haven't used deep slate in a build in so long, it feels like, let alone this much deep slate. The entire roof is going to be deep slate. It's going to be so much deep slate. I'm just so happy that this build is going to be so different from my usual build style. It's going to look so cool. On this left side of the build, I'm just going to do a really simple slanted roof. Looking good so far. The main roof is going to be the most simple roof design, honestly, and I'm just going to add a few elements to spice it up. So it'll be one of these roofs that kind of peak in the middle. In my head, these look like villager roofs. There's a villager house that has this specific roof design. So we are doing the villager roof style. Once we get to this layer, we're going to build up with 2 blocks instead of just 1, and we will finish it off with just 1 block at the top layer. So overall, the roof is going to look like this, which maybe doesn't look bad necessarily, but I have a few ways we can make it a little bit more interesting. Here on every corner, we're going to add a full block. Oh, we've also got some pillagers. Cool, cool. On top of these full blocks, we are going to add a wall and then this little iron bar to keep on building up. I feel like this just adds to the gothic vibe of the build. In my head, gothic builds have lots of spikes and sharp points. Up here at the very top, we're going to have a flat section that we could access if we want to. Will we actually be able to access it? I'm not sure yet, but we could if I am so inclined to build a way to get up here. This is where the anvils are going to come in. I've never used anvils as a building block before, usually because I never have a good iron farm in my worlds. And I just feel so fancy that I'm using anvils as a building block. How cool is that? So then we get something that looks like this, and I feel like this roof is looking very good. Also, the pillagers are still just hanging out. The last thing that I want to add to this roof is just a tiny little peak up here. I figured that this section just needs a little something to break it up. And to fill it in, we'll just use a little bit of cobbled deep slate. Maybe our next task can be to finish this tower on the right side, and I also plan on putting a little tower coming off of the left side. There's quite the gaping hole here, so I need to connect the tower to the build, obviously add the roof. I have a lot of work on my hands, so let's get busy at building, shall we? The build is finished and I love it so much. I think it's an amazing addition to the world. It just looks so cool. So I finished up this tower on the right, and on the corners I added these little divots just to add a little bit more depth. And over here on the left side, I added a little baby tower. I also detailed the entire thing, so we have some extra windows and other little details. Right now, it very much looks like a build just plopped on top of this hill, and it definitely is exactly that. But once I get all of the landscaping in around the build, I think it's going to look even better. And I'm so excited for that part. But we have to start working on the interior. The whole reason I even built this thing. I've already placed the floor down and have kind of brainstormed what I want to do with the layout. I will say that I'm not going to promise to utilize all of the space in this build. We have these 2 towers and a very, very tall ceiling, so we have a lot of space up, but of course I will utilize this floor level starting over here to the left. I think this is where we're going to have the villager breeder. So villager breeder on the left, and then maybe the zombie converter here in the middle, and on the right side it would be cool to have some kind of holding cell, so we would have all of our zombie purified villagers in a little room over here. But let's figure out exactly how I want to lay out this villager breeder. This wall is 7 long, so I'm going to make this wall 7 long as well, and it'll be a square. From here we will replace the floor with dirt so that we can grow some crops. Obviously I have all of 3 carrots, so let's plant them now. Oh, it's too dark. Plant them now. So, hello, is it still too dark? I'm going to have to get a little piece of glowstone or something to set on top of this composter. But for now, that will work, and then I can start to spread out the carrots. And actually, I forgot that I'm going to need beds for this villager breeder, so I need to fly back home and I will get some glowstone there. I am thinking that we use a bit of cyan wool for the beds. I think cyan will match the soul lanterns, and then I also have some light blue glass in the build. All right, and let's get ourselves a little bit of glowstone, or actually shroom lights. I kind of like shroom lights better. And off we go again to the build. Wow, look at it. It looks so good. This is about as far as I can get with a villager breeder before I need to follow a tutorial. So I will leave the tutorial that I'm going to use linked down below. And also my dimensions aren't perfectly going to match that tutorial because I'm really trying to make them fit the space. This will be the bedroom, the room with all the beds, and I think over here is where the baby villagers will eventually go. I still have no idea what's happening, honestly, but hopefully I'll figure it out once we finish. It's kind of like color by number, and you don't know what the image is going to look like until you're done coloring. See, I have no idea what's happening. That is actually supposed to be built on this side. You know, that makes so much sense. Also, the dirt is not supposed to be on this level. Got it. It needs to be here on this level. So stand by while I get this farm in. And maybe it's kind of weird that the farmland is right up against this window, but that's just too dang bad. It's gonna have to look weird, I guess. Things are happening. I'm not really sure what kind of things, but I think we're making progress. I still can't quite see the forest through the trees, but I'm hoping all of my questions will be answered here soon. We have a slight issue on our hands. In order for this farm to fit in this room, we would have to break out of the build, and I definitely don't want to have to do that. So instead, I'm going to have to make my own altercations to this farm. There's supposed to be this whole minecart system under the ground and out here, but clearly that's not going to work for us because there is a wall right here. So instead, this is what we are going to do. I am going to place a dispenser right here, and instead of having that rail outside of the farm, I'm going to place it inside of the farm like this, and then we'll have to place a block here. Right here we will have a regular rail, and we will eventually have the zombie converter thing right here. So this is how it will work. We'll place the minecart inside of the dispenser. Whenever the villagers are babies, they're going to want to jump on the beds, so they will try to go this way and they will fall down here. And then we need to make this into a bubble elevator instead. So again, how this is going to work, the babies will go down here, go down this river, they will jump up here and eventually go up into this little room via the bubble elevator. And this will be a proper room at some point. We won't leave the walls one short, obviously, but then eventually they'll go here, and once they stand here, we will use this little lever and it'll pop out a minecart. And it's beautiful. It works. Honestly, did I actually make the farm kind of better? Probably not, but it works. And I'm kind of proud of myself for thinking of this little design change. But I guess I shouldn't speak too soon. We'll see how it actually works whenever we get villagers in here. I think now I want to get the zombie converter in, and then we'll figure out some kind of holding chamber, and then we can actually make this place look a little bit nicer and get some villagers in. This is another one of those instances where I have literally no idea what I'm doing, and I'm going to be following a video, and I will definitely be sure to leave it linked down below for you. But let me try to figure out what I'm even doing. I have the general shape down and it's a little bit messy. There's really no way for me to access this lever back here without me doing this little trapdoor thing, and then I'm able to access it. Obviously, I wish I was able to access it on this side of the wall. That would make so much more sense, but I have literally no idea how to do that, so I'm just not going to do it. And in order to fill the dispenser with extra minecarts, I made an access point in the back of the build. It's goofy, I know, but hey, a little bit of goofy, it never hurt anyone. It's gonna work for us. Let me explain how this is going to work because it's a little bit confusing, but of course we will get a villager in a minecart here, and they will go up to the first level, and then they will dip down where a zombie will be waiting for them back here in this little chamber. And then we can press the button to get them to zoom up to this level where we can use our splash potion of weakness and golden apple. And then once they are zombie purified, I'll press this button here and they will go to their next holding area. It is kind of a dark practice if you think about it, hence the design for this build. But I do want the interior to actually look good, so let's make it look good, shall we? This interior was definitely tricky to do, but somehow I managed to put something together. And no, I definitely did not utilize all of the space in this build. The towers are quite literally just for looks. And unfortunately, we can't access the top of it, but this level looks good and that's all that matters. So I'll do a quick tour. Eventually this will be covered up. I just left it open so that I have access over here to this farm so that I can spread out the carrots. And obviously we're going to have to get villagers in here as well. Then we have our fancy zombie purification station, and this is the room that they will be deposited in after they have been zombie purified. And we have this little hallway as well, and I even put a nice fluffy rug for them because I'm just so nice. Because this build has so many different functions and houses so many different farms, it was definitely tricky to figure out how I wanted to lay everything out and still make it look decent. So I am pretty happy with what I was able to do. Our next step is to go over to the village and actually get 2 villagers to add to the villager breeder. And yes, I could definitely use the ghasts to help me transport them, but I think I'm just going to do it manually. Maybe I'll regret that, who knows. But they're just right around this mountain, so hopefully it shouldn't take too long. You know, I think it's a little bit further than just around the hill. This is going to take me forever to transport the villagers. Also, if you remember the last time I transported villagers for the iron farm, we were facing a bit of a villager shortage, and I guarantee you that we're still low on villagers, so I brought some potatoes so that I could breed them up. Also, I haven't been in this village in forever, and it's just beautiful. I love it here. Well, here is the farmer villager and an extra chest with my junk in it. Is there anything good in it? Oh my goodness. I should probably bring this stuff home. We have 2 farmer villagers, so that's perfect. We can definitely breed them up. I want us to get 2 baby villagers before we transport these villagers so that they are able to repopulate the village. Obviously, I don't want to run the village dry of villagers. So I'm just going to have to be patient and wait for these guys to make babies. I may have to wait until the evening. The sun has almost set and they decided to not make a baby tonight, which is just lovely. No, really, it's okay. I didn't want a baby villager anyway. So I guess I'll just wait overnight again. It's happening. It's happening. We are going to get a baby. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I've waited so many days for this. Oh, they're throwing potatoes everywhere. Come on, guys. Let me see that baby. Look at it. Oh my gosh. I'm actually so happy. That took so long. Thank goodness. Now we just need one more baby. We've got this. We can do it. I think I've waited maybe 3 days in order for them to make a baby. And they weren't even attempting it. I don't know what was taking them so long. I feel like they have plenty of food. I also did move the bell over here to the fountain because I feel like it's more central. And I have a lot more beds on this side of the village than I do this side. Did that help? I'm not sure, honestly, but here you can have some carrots. I'm not even sure if you can actually breed, but I'm being nice, okay? It is the next evening. Is it baby making time? We're throwing around the potatoes. Obviously, gotta do that first. Gotta get warmed up. Oh, I think it's going to work. Oh, look at that baby. We have 2 babies now. I'm so excited. Where did the other baby go to, though? I hope it's okay. Oh, here he is. I was really starting to worry for a second. I thought you were dead. I'm just going to wait for them to grow up so that I can transport them with workstation blocks. Some more waiting around in this house for me. Come on, buddy. Let's get the show on the road. We've got 1 villager in the boat. And now it is your lucky day. Oh, and we have another baby running up there. And another villager. They have been busy making babies. Thank goodness this village is finally going to be at least a little bit populated. And we've gotten the final villager in the boat. Looks like we're going to be transporting villagers on a very rainy day. Also, I know there are so many better ways to transport villagers. I wish I had a better reason as to why I'm doing it this way. I just don't. I guess it's just because in my head the villager breeder really isn't that far away. Oh, let's not make a baby right now. Let's not do that. But why would I go all the way to my temple to get a ghast, to then fly it all the way to the village, which takes literally like half a day, to then fly the villagers over to the villager breeder and then have to put the ghasts back? It just seems like too much work for me. Too many steps are involved. I don't want to do it. But we're going to continue this little leapfrog journey. Hopefully the villagers don't run away at some point, and we will get there eventually. Also, they keep on trying to make a baby, which makes me giggle. You guys are going to be making so many babies. There's more where that came from. Don't you worry. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are... Villager? Hello? Where are you going? Are you actually a big dummy? Yes, you are. Buddy, you are a brave one. Get in the boat. Look how close we are. I know. Trapdoors are so hard. I'll just get rid of them, okay? Look, he immediately wants to be a farmer. That's so great. We just need the last villager. Oh, he's coming right on in. In you go. In you go. Come on. Buddy, I can't get rid of that trapdoor or you'll fall in the hole. Go around the trapdoor. Go. Go. He's still trying to go through the trapdoor. Are you actually stupid? We did it! Now, hopefully, they will make lots of babies in here. While the villagers are breeding in the villager breeder, I want to start landscaping. And I'm going to start off with building a giant dead tree. And by giant, it's really not going to be that big, but imagine a dead tree right here. Won't that look perfect? Building custom trees is not really my forte, so hopefully we can come up with something that looks semi-decent. We'll start off with a 2x2 trunk and then just start to build up from there. Things are looking a little bit goofy right now, but I'm hoping that if I add a bit of shape to the trunk, it'll make things look a little bit better. I want it to look like it's curving a little bit more out this way, so we'll take a section off. And maybe that being said, I'll kind of build up over here a little bit, and at the bottom bottom, we'll kind of build out some roots of the tree. How is that looking? Okay. It's looking like something. Towards the top, we can add some fences so that the tree starts to look a little bit more twiggy. I truly have no idea if this tree actually looks good or not. I think it doesn't look bad. But does it look good? That's the real question. It's a little bit questionable from other angles. A lot questionable from other angles. But there we go. Our strange looking dead custom tree. I mean, it's a dead tree. Is it supposed to look good? Next up, I want to try to make a natural path from the build all the way down to this pathway. If I just make the pathway go straight down, then we're going to have a very steep staircase and it's just going to look very unnatural and kind of weird. So I want it to look as natural as possible. So I kind of want it to be winding up. How am I going to do that? I have no idea, but we're going to try to figure it out. I'm going to briefly map things out first, and I'll just use a bit of coarse dirt to do that. And since I want the slope to be more gradual rather than a steep staircase, I'm going to use some slabs. Wait, I just heard a baby villager. Is the baby villager in here? Did it work? Let's see. Oh, it did not work. But I think eventually he will go up the bubble column, right? Like, he can't keep on fighting that current forever. I'll just keep an eye on it. Hopefully it'll work. I managed to make some kind of pathway. I think right here where the path cuts into the hill, I'm going to have some rockier cliffs. And then it leads all the way down here. So from this view, it is kind of a curving pathway. I think once I terraform a lot more, it's going to look better, hopefully. Also, just look at that beautiful mountain. I cannot believe that my world looks like this. This mountain is so cool. So that being said, let's get started with those rocky cliffs I'm thinking first. So we'll probably use some tuff, some cobble, maybe a little bit of stone. And I brought some other goodies from my base for me to decorate with. I'll probably use this pale moss carpet, maybe on the stone actually, or around the pathway. I'm not sure. We'll figure out a use for it. I have some of these eye blossoms, some torch flowers, some dead bushes, some pumpkins, some hay bales, all of the fun haunted-esque vibey things. Oh wait, look what you can do. That's so cool, and it adds the vines. We honestly may have to add some of these carpets around because that looks so neat. Anyway, let's see what this little brain of mine can come up with. I think the outside is looking so much better, especially this little rocky wall. I added some little lantern fences, a lot of these eye blossoms around, and just a bunch of rocks. I figured that a rocky terrain just makes a little bit more sense for this haunted house. I honestly don't know what to call it. Is it a haunted house? Is it more of a chateau? What is even a chateau? That's a great question. I have no idea. But now that the outside is finished, I want to do a little bit more work with the villagers. And you know how I was like, oh yeah, what if I made the farm design actually better by doing this bubble column kind of thing? I didn't, because look at the villagers hanging out in the zombie area. If you didn't know, they're not supposed to be hanging out here. They're supposed to be in this room. We'll go to a bit of free cam so you can see what's happening here. So they're supposed to be where this guy is. But then whenever they turn into babies, obviously they can fit through this small gap here. So then they just go in this room, and then I just have a bunch of villagers hanging out everywhere. And I literally have no idea how I'm supposed to fix that. So I'm just going to ignore the problem for now. But I do want to go ahead and get this zombie in here. So this is the plan. We're going to lure the zombie through the back of the house, and then I'm going to quickly go through this trap door, and I should be okay. I think this should work really well, other than the villagers possibly spawning an iron golem. But again, we'll just face that problem if it happens. Now we just have to actually find ourselves a zombie. Whoa, look at the eye blossoms. I like never see them open because obviously I'm never out in my world at nighttime. But they look so cool. And I love this. Oh my gosh. I was going to say that I love the subtle glow of the soul lanterns, but my soul quite literally left my body. Ugh. Oh, look, the zombie's coming for me. Perfect. From literally so far away. It's crazy how far away they can be and still lock onto you. Come on, buddy. I have a very important job for you. Will you grab an item? You definitely don't have to, but it would be cool if you did. Okay, that's fine. I've got a name tag. Place your bets now. Do you think the villagers are going to spawn an iron golem? Oh, wait. No, 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 no. Come back in. Oh, perfect. That went so well, actually. And so far, no iron golem, but let's not speak too soon. Let me not forget to name tag this guy. And please, villagers, don't spawn an iron golem. I need this zombie. Let's try our hand on actually zombie purifying some villagers. I just need to get some potions brewed up and grab a couple of golden apples. We just need a spider's eye, a little bit of sugar, and some brown mushrooms. I think in order to make it a splash potion, we'll need some gunpowder. Lastly, we'll grab the golden apples. Off we go to the potion shop. I haven't been in this build in so long, and I love this interior. It's so sad that I don't get to come up here more often. We'll need a fermented spider's eye, and I think, is that all we need? Looks like it's working. So I guess we don't need nether wart. Also, we have a visitor. Hello, how are you doing? I'm so glad. Oh, look, he actually wants a fermented spider's eye. That's so cool. But too bad, they're all for me. Now to make these potions into splash potions. And back over to the chateau slash haunted house slash evil mansion slash creepy steeple. I know, villagers, this must be very distressing for you, but don't worry, it's only going to get worse. Oh, that was so rude. Oh, we got him in the... Oh, it's working. Okay, it's working. Things are happening. Cool. So what do we do now? I guess we push that button and look at him. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted to happen. And then we just splash and we feed him. Oh my goodness. This is the first time I'm doing this in this world. This is so exciting. Buddy, get out of the room. You don't have to be in here. You are in here of your own volition. There you go. I'm going to cover it so that they don't spawn an iron golem. You don't have to look at the scary zombie. It's okay. This poor baby, he's definitely seen some things. I guess I'll wait for this guy to cure and then I will work on the next villager. Oh, that happened so much faster than I thought it was going to. I really do want to try to leave the purified villagers separate from the unpurified villagers. Unfortunately, they made it a little bit difficult for me to do that. So you stay in that boat and let me see if I can get another villager in this minecart. Oh, that happened so easy. We've got this. Keep on going. Keep on going. Perfect. We'll just give them a little bit of privacy. Beautiful. This is working so well. Oh, wait. Don't go that way. No, no. Oh, goodbye, baby. Okay. I really would love to be able to flip this lever. Oh, and he's holding that block. Thank you so much for holding it for me. There we go. Trust me, I know that this design is so jank, okay? Just let me pretend that it's not. And now we'll do this number for this guy. This guy has finished cooking. So let's break this minecart and get him to go in the boat. In the boat. Oh, he gave me back my block. That's so kind. In the boat you go. In the boat. No, 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 don't get mixed up. It's this guy who has been zombie purified. This way. Come on. Oh, perfect. In the boat. Perfect. Beautiful. You all are doing so well. It'll be over soon, I promise. Now in the minecart you go. It's your turn. I did not know you could put a minecart inside of a boat. What do you mean? Why can you do this? Please, someone tell me why. Okay. Okay, now we're getting mixed up. That's so cool. That's really so cool. Quit spinning. We have stuff to do. Okay, this guy has been zombie purified, so he is going to go in the boat. Sorry. So sorry. Oh, that was really mean. I know. I'm really sorry. Oh, he went in the boat. All right. He has also been zombie purified. So it's just this guy who needs to be zombie purified now. Where's the minecart? It's right there. Come on. We've got this. Let's make this quick and painless. Perfect. Beautiful. You're doing so well. This is the last time for now that we will have to do this. This has been a hot mess. I'm so sorry that you've had to witness this. Please make me feel better about myself. Please tell me that whenever you zombie purify villagers, it is also a hot mess. And whenever you're working with villager breeders, I can't be the only one, right? We have successfully zombie purified 3 villagers. It was only a little bit crazy. Also, what are you doing to him? Why is he backed up in the corner? Give him space. And what's going on here? Really, it's none of my business now, is it? If you have any suggestions as to how I can fix this, please let me know. Maybe I just screwed up the farm and there's no fix. And if there's no fix, then that's okay. We were still able to zombie purify 3 villagers with a little bit of success. At some point, I'm actually going to transport the villagers maybe over to the village. I really want to get Unbreaking 3 on all of my gear and Efficiency 5. I still don't have Unbreaking 3 on my Elytra, and I can tell so much. I have to heal it up all the time. In last episode, we built this haunted chateau, which of course houses our villager breeder and also a zombie purification system. To start off today's episode, I want to move all of these villagers, which have been zombie purified, over to our village. They will eventually be farmers, and I'll be able to trade them pumpkins and melons to get emeralds to be able to buy all of the books that I'm going to get today. So that being said, we need to actually transport these villagers over to the village, and I'm going to use our ghast friends to help us with that. They always hang out underneath the clouds, which is kind of the most annoying thing ever. Oh, it's been a second since I've ridden a ghast. The lead definitely fell down there. Guess I don't need it anymore. Can we take a second to appreciate how cool this build looks? I am really quite happy with it. But now we need to get these villagers inside of the boats so then I can lead them with the ghast. I brought a bunch of composters with me, so hopefully that will help me transport them. Oh wait, this is perfect. Oh, look at that. They have fell beautifully for my trap. That actually worked so much better than I thought it was ever going to. Now I have to remember how to do this. So if I lead the boats and bring the ghast over here and hop on the ghast, are they flying? Oh, they are beautiful. This went so much better than the first time that I tried to transport villagers. Now for the very long journey over to the village. Almost there. And here we are. We have made it. Welcome to the village, villagers. In the meantime, we will attach the ghast here so that he doesn't get too far away. Of course, we do already have one villager here. This is our mending villager. He is not zombie purified, so his prices are very expensive. Now to add the farmer villagers to the stalls. We have 3 empty stalls and 3 villagers. Oh, no. No. What are you trying to be? So sorry. I already have plans for you. Everything was already planned out before you were even born. Unfortunately, it is social hour, so he's going to be a bit difficult until the next day. Good morning, villager. Are you ready to cooperate now? I think the answer is no. I believe in you. You've got it. There he goes. No. Go back in. Go back in. Where are you going? Go. Perfect. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to place a stair there. Perfect. Your choices are potatoes and wheat to trade with. I don't have carrots or beetroot. Perfect. That'll work. So his trades are locked in. Let's get the other 2 villagers in these pens. Pens sounds bad. Maybe I should say stalls instead. Beautiful. Oh, you all are so much better than your friend. Such nice villagers. I'm going to try to level them up a couple of times so that hopefully we can unlock the pumpkin and melon trade. Though I really don't have that many crops. So let's try to get a little bit more wheat and a couple more potatoes. Of course, I do have a pumpkin and melon farm. So once I unlock that trade, then we're going to be able to get unlimited emeralds. Villagers, I have arrived with more wheat and potatoes. Let's see how much we can level them up. Looks like not very much, but I can spend the emeralds to get pumpkin pie. It is the season for pumpkin pie after all. and he wants pumpkins. Oh, I didn't even notice that. This is perfect. All of the villagers can now accept pumpkins or melons. So we now have a good way to get emeralds for our future enchanted books. So I am going to head slowly over to the Sky Temple, drop off this little ghast guy, and then we can get started building our bookshop. I did go ahead and collect all of the materials that I'm going to need for this bookshop in between episodes. And of course, the bookshop is going to go on top of our castle wall. And I believe this is going to be the last build for the castle wall. So we'll probably build the bookshop here in the center. And then we are going to have some extra stalls around, and that is where all of the librarian villagers are going to go. We also have more stalls here on the top castle wall that we could eventually add more villagers to if we wanted to. Let me start off by mapping things out and figuring out exactly where I want to place this build. If we place it right here, then we may actually be able to fit a build on the opposite side, but that will be a problem for future me. Right now, I want to get the bookshop in. We're going to be using the same block palette as we have with the rest of the builds here on this castle wall. So lots of brick mixed with granite for the lower walls. I want to have a nice porch leading to the front door with big open windows on the front wall. And I just barely had enough bricks and granite for that. I need to get a mason villager so bad. But now on to the top story and getting these pillars in. I wanted the top story of this build to kind of stick out from the bottom story. So kind of like we've done with the rest of these builds, but only on the front section will it stick out. We'll do the same roof design that we've done with the rest of the builds on the castle wall. Whenever I'm trying to come up with a new build idea, usually I'll have some kind of vague shape or new build technique that I want to try. So for this build, for example, I of course wanted the top level to kind of hang out over the lower level. So I did that and then I kind of went from there. Because of the way I did that, it kind of created this little perfect planter box here. Sometimes the build will kind of just build itself. And then we have this really boring stripe of spruce plank, and I figured it would look better if we covered that with trapdoors. So again, it's really kind of just building itself here. Here is what this front wall is looking like so far. And then up here, I want to place a really big window, kind of like those triangle windows that sometimes you see in roofs, though that is not something that you can do in Minecraft. So instead, we're just going to place some glass blocks inside. Now to fill in the side walls, add a little bit of detail, and we'll do the same thing that we did with the front wall to the back wall. The build is almost finished. We just have a few more detail bits to add. So let's fill all of the windows with window panes. These little spots up here are just screaming for a little lamp. So we're going to place a dark oak trapdoor, a fence, and then a little lantern. I want to place some gates right here on top of the door. And speaking of door, we should probably add one of those. Over here, we'll add some more fence and gate details with a little lantern. Though I am going to have to get more spruce wood, I underestimated by a long shot how much spruce wood I was going to need. So I guess we'll take a little trip over to our tree farm. Thankfully, we already have some spruce trees ready to go. Now that I have spruce wood, I can finish up the build. Of course, this is a bookshop, so I want to add a book sign. We have some chiseled bookshelves here, and I'm just going to randomly place some books around. I love the little pop of color this adds, and I love how it's not all just the same like it would be with a normal bookshelf. Like, look how cute that is. And there is our completed bookshop. I think this build is so cute, and it goes so well with the rest of the builds up here. Now, I mentioned that we do have an empty space here, and if I just leave it empty, I think it's going to feel empty. A build can very clearly fit here, so I kind of do want to fit one here, and I do want to finish this castle wall in today's episode. So that being said, I'm going to be building the same exact build over on this side. I think that's going to work well because this little tower here is going to split the two builds, and I will mirror it, so we'll have this little section on the inside of the build, so it'll be kind of flip-flopped. I did actually go ahead and collect a bunch more brick and granite. We're definitely going to need it. I am not actually going to furnish the build quite yet, but I do really need a masonry, so I think in the future this build will be our masonry build, and it'll be built and ready to go. So as soon as I get some mason villagers, we will definitely be filling this build. But you've already seen me build this build one time, so I'm just going to quickly get the build in again. I did change up a couple of details with the second build, so the bones of the build are the same, but it looks just a wee bit different. Then after I finished with that build, I did hop on stream to decorate the castle wall. There's a lot of empty areas that need to be filled in, so I just built some bits and bobs around. I also did the downstairs of the bookshop interior, but let me actually hop into game so you can see what everything looks like. I have been very busy building, so let me show you everything that I have been up to, starting with our new masonry. I'm so happy that I have this build up here. I feel like it really helps fill out the castle wall, and it now looks so full of builds, which is so cool. I'm not going to do the interior quite yet. I want to wait until we actually have mason villagers. But moving on to the decorations that I have added to the castle wall, we of course have lots of stalls to actually place our librarian villagers in. I have a fountain here which fills out this big open area very nicely, and then lots of little clutter bits around with some hay bales and lanterns and chests and so on and so forth. And then we have a couple of planters which add so much color to this area, and I'm really happy with how they look. Oh yeah, and then we have a couple of wagons. I have one here beside of the bookshop, and then I think here beside of the masonry, yes, two little wagons, and I filled this one with some stone bits, and then our bookshop one has some book bits. We have a couple of little bookshelves and such. Then lastly, on to the interior of the bookshop, I did go ahead and do the downstairs of the bookshop. We have lots of bookshelves. That was the big thing that I wanted to add with this bookshop, is so many bookshelves. I wanted it to feel very cramped in here, and like we fit as many books as we possibly could in this tiny little place. Then here is where we are actually going to stock our enchanted books. I figured that this little closet off to the left could be the secret book area that you have to ask for special access. The door is probably locked or something, and you have to ask the bookseller to be able to get in here to look at all of the secret dangerous books. I've never used an enchanting table before for a decoration, but I did here and it looks pretty cool. I'm happy with it. And we do actually have access to the upstairs, though I did not decorate it, and I'm not going to because I don't feel like it right now. I've done so much decorating in this episode, so I'm just going to leave it all at that. But now that everything is ready for the villagers, let's go ahead and start breeding and zombie purifying villagers, our favorite thing. If it's anything like last time, it's going to be utter chaos. Though before I get started, I actually need to heal my elytra. Soon enough, though, I'm not going to have to heal it as often as I do now whenever I get Unbreaking 3. I'm so excited. The elytra breaks literally so fast without Unbreaking 3, and by the end of today's episode we will have Unbreaking 3. I'm so excited. Hello Cornelius, how you doing? Beautiful, beautiful. We have a nice shiny new elytra. Well, almost shiny new. I'm telling you, it breaks so fast. Lastly, we just need some golden apples, some boats, because that's my only way of controlling villagers, and then we'll need a couple of leads. I'm going to go ahead and get a ghast, and I'll just park him over by the haunted chateau. Then whenever the villagers are ready, we will have their means of transportation ready as well. well, and we can fly straight over to the castle. All right, let's see what's going on with these here villagers. We have one. Oh, and we have a guy there too. I want a total of 5 villagers, I think. Oh, and there's one in here. I also hear some baby villagers too. We got lots going on in here. I am so not ready for all these shenanigans. Stop spinning. Why? Why? I think what I'll do is I'll turn each villager into a zombie, of course. Oh, break the glass because I didn't have my silk touch pickaxe out. Hurt myself in the process of getting the villager back into the chamber. We'll zombie purify them. And then this is the big brain move, okay? Are you listening? So that the villagers don't start to get mixed up, I'm going to place down chest boats so that only one villager can go inside of the boat. Why didn't I think of that before? I have no idea. Oh my goodness, little itty bitty baby villager just right there. This is still going to take actually forever, but I think it's going to work a little bit better than it did last time. So let's do this thing, shall we? Get in the room. The villagers are all purified, and I'm just bringing the last 2 villagers over to the bookshop. I did already bring 3 villagers over there just because the villagers, of course, were having a difficult time breeding. As we know, my villager breeder is a little bit janky, to say the least. We have arrived with the villagers. We just have to safely land. I'm always afraid that they're going to like suffocate or something, but it seems to work pretty well, honestly. Oh, I just attached the ghast to the boat. I did not mean to do that. I don't know how to unattach him. I guess you'll just hang out here. Now to start re-rolling trades forever. And they're probably going to be very difficult or not. Or they'll be lovely. Can you like accept the job, please? No, 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 no. No, stop it. I think that this is going to be a little bit more difficult than I was hoping it was going to be because there's barrels inside of the tavern and they want to be a barrel person, but I don't want them to be a barrel person. Please get out of the corner. We're not dealing with this. Absolutely not. Anyway, there are 3 main enchants that I'm looking for. Unbreaking 3, protection 4, and efficiency 5. And then of course I have 2 more villagers and then 2 more stalls. So for those 2 other villagers, I was actually thinking about doing silk touch, so this is perfect. And then maybe infinity for the other villager, but we'll go ahead and lock in the silk touch boy. Please go. Please go. Please go. Beautiful. You're doing so well. No, just a little bit further. Yay. Now to just do that 4 more times. Can't be that bad, right? Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, that's cool. Protection 4, that was actually so fast. Now I just need you to nicely go in the pen. Yes, 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 close. So 2 out of 5, not bad. Ooh, I'm breaking 3. Oh, for 1 emerald, that's so good. Only 2 more villagers to go. Wait, efficiency 5 for 1 emerald? Isn't that like so good? You've got it. You've got it. Are you actually in there? I think so. No, he literally just walked right through the trapdoor. Last villager, we've got this. And actually, I don't really know what I want this villager to trade me. Definitely not breach 4. Don't even know what that is. I know it's for the mace, but like, what does it do? I don't know. I was originally thinking infinity, but I might just get whatever trade I get first that looks best. So feather falling 4 could also be kind of nice because I still don't have feather falling 4 in my boots. I don't know. Let's just see what we get, shall we? Ooh, feather falling 2. No. Ooh, infinity. I mean, might as well get it. I don't know what else to get, and infinity sounds fine to me. Now I want to write on all of the hanging signs what the villagers trade, and I guess I'll paste the little swirly stars. The last thing that we need to do is get a couple of each book, and then I can go inside of our bookshop and actually stock the bookshop with all of the enchanted books I could ever need. I know it is completely pointless to pre-purchase the books and then stock the bookshop, but it just feels kind of cute, kind of cozy, so I like to do it. Same thing with my iron shop. There's no reason for me to stock it, but I kind of like to. I guess it just makes my world feel more alive to actually have the shops be purposeful. And I'll go ahead and place some extra books here and emeralds so that I can continue to purchase more if I need any more enchanted books. And let's actually shop our bookshop a little bit. It looks like we're going to need 2 protection 4 books. I will go ahead and grab 2 unbreaking 3 books. And I'll grab another one as well so that we can make ourselves a really good diamond shovel. You all know that I have been needing one of those for a very long time. And then we'll need a bunch of efficiency 5 for quite literally all of our tools. And that is going to do it for our castle wall. I will drop off our ghast friend in a bit. But now to head over to the enchanting tower to actually put these enchants on my gear. This is such an exciting moment for me. I'm so excited to get all of the enchants on my gear. We'll start off with getting efficiency 5. Oh my goodness, 12 levels. I didn't even notice that. That is actually insane. Anyway, we need a protection 4 on our leggings, unbreaking 3 on our helmet, and then of course our lighter as well. Ooh, and protection 4 on our boots. That quite literally took all of my levels. I was on level 71 and now I'm on level 19. I am just going to put mending and unbreaking 3 on this diamond shovel. I find that I don't really like efficiency shovels whenever I'm trying to terraform. They're great if I'm trying to gather a bunch of blocks, but this shovel is going to be really good for just general use. And then I can make another shovel for gathering blocks like sand. But I now have officially pretty much maxed out gear. You almost can't get better than this. Obviously, I could have different variations of tools, like a silk touch shovel and then just a regular shovel, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm happy with what I have. And then also this castle wall is officially finished and I think it looks amazing. This looks so good. Everything came together so nicely and just this whole mountain looks incredible. I'm so happy with all of the work that I've been able to do and I built this. Hello, I think I did so good. I'm so happy with this. So I ended up not moving the ghast in between episodes because we are going to use him right at the start of today's episode. Also, I completely forgot, but if you just keep on going with your ghast whenever it's attached with the lead will automatically just pop up in your inventory. I definitely forgot that you could do that, but I'm so glad that I remembered. Anyway, we are headed over to the villager breeder to, you guessed it, breed villagers, because I am going to need a couple of mason villagers for today's build. I'm going to need a bunch of brick, and these mason villagers are going to make that so much easier to get. So we will so slowly make our way to the haunted chateau. We have made it and you, Mr. Ghast, will wait patiently here. I'm sure that there aren't any villagers. Oh wait, we have a baby and that seems to be about it. Sometimes I have to encourage, do not go down that hole. You hear me? Do not. You stay. Okay, actually, baby, please go through the hole. Baby, I need you to come in here. Baby villager, listen to me. I definitely did not mean to have him go down in the hole. Oh no. But baby villager, there's a bed for you. Please so kindly make your way inside of the villager breeder. Oh, perfect. There he goes. Now I just have to make sure that he actually stays in there. This has been fun so far, hasn't it? Nice little adventure for the start of today's episode. So I will wait for that baby to grow up and then I guess I can go ahead and zombie purify this villager. I'm just going to do the same thing that I did last time. Oh, where are my potions? No. We're just going to do the same thing that we did last time. Obviously, zombie purifying the villagers as normal. And then we will just place down little chest boats. And then oh so kindly dump them outside. Oh wait, look, the baby has already grown. That's so good. I brought some extra food to hopefully expedite this breeding process. The plan is to get 3 purified villagers. So I will pop back in as soon as I have 3 villagers. It is just a wee bit chaotic in here, like always. But the villagers are bred and ready to go. Let's see if I can do this. We've got 3. Oh, it's not going well. Leads are really cool, but they're just a wee bit confusing now. They have so many features and I just don't understand how they work. Oh, I'm so sorry. I would appreciate if we didn't talk about how much I'm struggling right now. Oh, I think I did it. Oh, I think it worked. Are they attached? Oh, I think they are. I don't know why that was so difficult for me this time. It really just goes to show you that I'm just out here winging it every time I use a ghast. I'm just clicking random buttons until it works for me. But all is well. Let's head over to the castle wall. We're actually going to head up here to this top castle wall. Oh, wait, can you let go of the villager, please? Wait, please. How do I get him out of the boat? Wait. I don't really know what to do. No. I'm so confused right now. I have no idea what's going on. He's just flying around with the villagers. This villager is on top of the stall. How do I unattach it? I don't remember. Okay, that works. That'll do. It's not perfect, but it works. Look at him up there. Oh my goodness. This was a breeze last episode. I did not struggle in the slightest. So again, I really have no idea what happened. Anyway, here we are on top of this castle wall and we already have some stalls built. And I figured that I could just add these villagers to these ready-made stalls. I just need to make them villager proof real fast. And I have some stone cutters ready to go. You are up first. In you go. Where? No. We're not doing this. Stop looking at your friends. I promise you they're really not that interesting. You would so much rather just work as a stonemason for the rest of your life. Go. And you go. Perfect. Thank you so much for behaving. So I don't really know how this stonemason thing works, but I guess we'll just figure it out. First, let's get all of the villagers in the stalls. Oh, you're doing so good. You're doing so good. So close. Perfect. And you are our last guy. And he's just spinning as you do. Oh, that was so easy. Now I have some emeralds here and I think that I'm just going to try to level them up and see what trade they get. I think it's just going to be a random trade and we're not really going to be able to dictate what trade we get. But we are getting some bricks, so that's pretty nice. Now that they are leveled up, looks like he will give us some chiseled stone brick. I don't want that. What about you? Some more chiseled stone brick. I think that we have to level them up a little bit more for us to get better trades. And unfortunately, it's going to be a better bang for our buck leveling up wise if we just buy this chiseled stone brick. Because look how much purchasing the stone brick levels up the villagers, literally not at all compared to the chiseled stone brick. And yes, I know that there's a faster way for me to do this trading, but I don't want to because I'm trying to be very diligent about how I spend my emeralds. I think we have to get them up to the diamond level and they're only on emerald, so we're not quite there yet. Ooh, so pretty. Will I literally ever use these blocks? No, I will not. I mean, maybe I can try. Though this magenta, that's a very pretty block. I like it. Ooh, we've got quartz now. What do you have? Quartz. I don't know. Do they actually trade brick? If they do, then I got really unlucky. Though we can just actually trade for individual bricks and that will work just fine because that is the fastest I've ever gotten bricks in this world. We have ourselves about 3 stacks. Not too bad. And I do have some already back at home. But I do unfortunately have one more thing that I need to gather before we start this build, and that thing is going to have to be found in the Nether. So PP pants are on. Let's hop on in. Also, I did go ahead and brew 3 potions of fire resistance. You can never be too safe in hardcore. Here we are, my favorite place in the whole world. And I am actually here to get some blaze rods for copper bulbs. Oh wow, there's a ghast right there. It's so weird the ghasts not being happy. Now whenever I see a ghast, I just automatically think it's friendly. I don't view them as hostile mobs anymore. And here we are at our neighborhood Nether fortress. The blaze spawner is right over here, and we have some zombie piglins on top of it. That's lovely. Honestly, get out. I don't need you here. You're going to make my life so much more difficult. I really want to get in there with my sword because I have looting. Oh wait, he's leaving. Let me drink this potion of fire resistance, and I'm just gonna get in there. Wish me luck. Just gently push him off. Push, push. Okay, I just got a wither skeleton skull. I was just like, oh, there's a wither skeleton. Might as well just kill it. I want to fight the wither eventually, and I'm going to need some skulls. And I didn't think I was going to get a skull. Now I just needed 2 more wither skeleton skulls in order to fight the wither. That's so exciting, isn't it? But my fire protection just ran out, and I have 41 blaze rods. That seems pretty good to me. So let's go ahead and head out of the Nether and back to the beautiful overworld. Copper bulbs are so expensive, but here we have all of the copper bulbs we're going to need for the build, and all of our other materials are good and ready to go as well, so we can go ahead and start building. For the vibe for this build, I'm thinking of a kind of factory vibe. So for the block palette for this build, I'm thinking of having lots of different kinds of stone blocks and also a little bit of copper, of course. First things first, we need to clear out a space for the build, and we're going to be placing it beside of the wool farm and also a little bit close to the lumber yard. I want this build to be a pretty big sugarcane farm, the largest sugarcane farm I have ever built in Minecraft. So of course we will need lots of space for that. Another thing that we're going to need for this build that I don't have access to right now is a little bit of honeycomb, because I want a very specific kind of copper. So we're going to do this very rustic honeycomb farm situation. I know it's a little bit goofy, but I just don't have a bee farm at the moment, so I gotta do what I gotta do. Oh look, there's a bee right there. Maybe I should have planted some flowers. There you go, bees. I'll give you some fancy torch flowers. Look, he's coming over to the flower. Oh, they love the flowers. So cute. Wow, look at them. With the space cleared out, let's go ahead and start building this thing. And yes, the build is just going to be a giant rectangle, but it's going to be a very cool rectangle. So for the most part, we're just going to be building with stone blocks, and then we're going to have some stone bricks mixed in with some cracked stone bricks and a little bit of andesite. That was literally the first honeycomb I've ever sheared. That's crazy. Almost 1,000 days in and I haven't sheared a single beehive. Now for what I'm going to do with all of the brick that I collected. On every corner, we're going to have a kind of a pillar going all the way up. Obviously, we are pairing granite with the brick. We'll have 2 more pillars on the front wall and the back wall. The pillars will go all the way to the top of the build and then connect in the middle. So it's kind of like a frame around the entire building. On all of the pillars, I'm also going to add a little copper bar. Hello, new block. So exciting. I haven't done literally anything with the new update, but now I am. Anyway, we're going to add some copper trapdoors and some copper bars to all of the pillars just to add a little bit more depth. And we will eventually have stone walls behind all of the pillars, so you won't be able to see through them like you can can now, which is probably for the best because the inside is going to be a bunch of redstone and a bunch of ugly stuff. Before we do the walls, I actually think that I want to do the roof first. And we're going to be using some deep slate brick to do the roof. I don't think I've ever built a build like this in Minecraft. It does feel very industrial, very much like a factory. And my inspiration for this build was actually this one random build that I saw in real life. I say build, but that's not really how we refer to buildings in real life, is it? But I'll pop it up on screen here so you can kind of see where my inspiration came from. I literally have no idea what this building is at all or what purpose it serves. But I saw it and I was like, you know, that would be a really cool thing to build in Minecraft. So here we are using this build as a design for a sugarcane farm. Anyway, we are just going to wrap these deep slate stairs all the way around the build. It's kind of going to be a very similar roof as the haunted chateau. So on each of the corners, we're going to have some sharper peaks. And for the top of the build, for the haunted chateau, we have some anvils. For this build, we're just going to be using some of those copper bars again. So if you remember what the haunted chateau roof looks like, it's literally the same thing. Now that we are at the top, I'm going to fill it all in with the deep slate brick. Then we can add those copper bars. Lastly, I just want to add a little peak up at the front, just like the haunted chateau. So there we have our finished roof, a pretty good roof if I do say so myself. And these copper bars won't look as jarring up there. Whenever they oxidize one more level, they will be this color. A lot of the bars have already started oxidizing, and I think they look really good. They are nearly the same color as granite. They fit so perfectly with this block palette. The last step of the build is to get all of the walls in. And again, we're going to be using some stone bricks, and andesite. Though I do want most of the walls just to be stone, we'll just have some patches of andesite and stone bricks around. Also, I don't know if I collected enough stone. We're going to need so much for this whole build. So we may be taking a little stone gathering trip partway through.
A few moments later.
And I am officially out of stone. I almost was able to finish it. I thought that we were going to be able to, but not quite. Welcome to my stone gathering place. This is the place that I have gathered stone since pretty much the start of this world. It's just a cave system right behind my enchanting tower. So here we are again to gather more stone. Maybe one of these days here soon, I will get a beacon down here. Also, what is that? This isn't even that deep down. What do you mean? Oh wow, look how lovely that is. I'm literally at Y56. Why is this here? Well, that's comforting. Anyway, maybe we will be able to get a beacon here soon to help me gather stone a little bit faster. I definitely see a beacon here in my future very soon, which is exciting. But I'll just be down here for several minutes gathering some more stone. Now let's add those copper bulbs that we worked so hard on getting the materials for. And of course, we do have to turn on the copper bulbs with levers. I do want to add a little slab right here just to make the trim of the roof a little bit thicker. So I will be doing that as well whenever I add the copper bulbs. And lastly, right here in this middle upper part, I'm going to be adding some copper bulbs and lanterns. I know that there are copper lanterns now, but they just don't really fit the vibe that I'm going for. I did test them out. I gave them a real shot, but I just didn't like them as much as the regular lanterns. What do you actually mean? I'm not kidding whenever I tell you this is the third group of pillagers I've had this episode. That's so lovely. Anyway, let me go ahead and finish up all of these wall details. All cozy vibes here. I believe the very last thing we need to do with this build is to add a proper door, because believe it or not, the door is not going to look like this forever. We'll have a little porch, and then I'm going to make the door 3x3. And with that, I believe our build is completely finished, at least on the exterior, of course. I think this is a nice addition to our world, and I'm excited to walk around my base and just have this kind of looming in the background. That's always one of my favorite parts about adding new builds in my world, is being able to just see it whenever, of course, there was nothing here. And now we have something here, so we have something new to look at in the distance. Moving on to the whole purpose of this build, the sugarcane farm. I'm going to be building a 2-tier sugarcane farm, so one on the bottom level and then one on the top level. Like I said before, this is going to be the largest sugarcane farm I've ever built in Minecraft. Luckily, sugarcane farms are fairly easy to build, so I think I've got this. I guess time will tell though, because crazy things can happen between now and whenever I'm finished with the farm. Anyway, clearly I am starting with the rail system first. We'll power all of these powered rails with levers. Behind the rails, we'll place a line of spruce planks. And we're going to be actually planting the sugarcane on mud, which makes a lovely squishy sound whenever you place it. Sugarcane needs water, so we're going to place some staircases behind the mud and then waterlog them. Eventually, all of the copper bulbs inside are going to be covered up with some part of the farm. So I'm going to be placing some more copper bulbs inside of the farm so it's not completely dark inside of it. Then we'll take some more blocks and place on top of the staircases. Now time for the fun redstone bits. We will start off by placing pistons all the way across. Oh, also before I forget, I do need to wax all of the copper bulbs so that they can stay the shiniest they can be. It is observer time. All of the observers will go on top of the pistons, and we will power those observers with some redstone dust behind them. That pretty much is going to do it for the sugarcane farm. Obviously, we need to get the actual sugarcane in there and the minecart and make it pretty as well. But we will just copy that same exact design on the top. I'm also going to go ahead and do that same farm design on the front. Now our task is to actually make this thing look good, which is going to require a bunch of spruce wood. For starters, we are going to frame everything in. So adding a stripped spruce log along the bottom and on the sides. And we'll also frame in the hoppers with stripped spruce logs. We'll cover the mud with some spruce staircases. And with those small additions, it's already looking so much better. But before I add the glass to the farm, I need to, of course, plant the sugarcane. On this section, I'm going to place down glass panes, but I don't want to do that until I get the minecart in, and I don't want to get the minecart in until I get the rest of the farm in, because it's going to be very annoying. So for now, let me fill everything in with glass and get this side in, and then we can actually turn this thing on for real, for real. The opposite side will pretty much be the same, other than, of course, the doorway. We will have to add that in. I don't really know exactly how I'm going to do that yet, but we're going to figure it out together. I think it's going to make sense if we have a kind of double pillar, 1 and then 2. This side is a little bit different because we have the hoppers on the sides and not in the middle. And I don't really want to surround the hoppers with pillars because it gets very pillar heavy. So I think I'm just going to skip that part on the side. It'll look a lot more open if I just do it this way, I'm thinking. Now for the doorway, maybe we can kind of encase it in with some spruce plank. Basically just hide all of the ugly parts. Also, the floor will eventually be oak wood, so maybe we can replace that with oak wood. And we'll add a stair that will step down to the main level. Maybe do a little archway. You know, it's not the worst thing that I've come up with. I think we're just gonna leave it like this. What is this? I have no idea. Don't ask me. I'm just going to zhuzh up the ceiling a little bit. I'm not going to do anything crazy. If I left it exactly how I was, it would look a little bit unfinished. So I'm just going to add a few more blocks to make it look a bit nicer. Like I said before, the floor is going to be oak wood, and it is now time to go ahead and add it in. We are quickly wrapping up this build project. We just need to add a few finishing touches, like some lighting on the ceilings, a nice fluffy rug, and I'm thinking lime green to match the sugarcane, and we'll also throw in some hidden lighting underneath it. I want to try covering up these hoppers with some trapdoors and see if it makes it look a little bit better. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Do I hear pillagers? I do hear... No. Fourth pillager patrol, might I add. I believe that it is finally minecart time. And of course, I need to place the glass panes in front of the minecart. Do we already have sugarcane? Yes, we do. Look at him go. This is so cool. I love building farms. This side is a little bit weird with that hopper, but like, I just don't know what I'm gonna do about it. I think that I'm just going to ignore the problem. So actually, I know exactly what I'm going to do about it. Wow, look how beautiful it is in here. I feel like I did such a good job. It's such a big sugarcane farm. And it looks so pretty too. I'm very curious to see how much sugarcane it's going to get me. I'm really not asking for anything crazy, honestly. I just need rockets. And I know that I could have made it even more efficient. I could have built it up to world height. But we're here for the aesthetics, and I think it looks pretty good for hopefully how efficient it's going to be. All that's left to do now is to add this pathway in, and I went ahead and gathered all of my pathway materials. I'm gonna have the pathway come off of this pathway that's behind the barn, and it'll go up this hill. I also have my super fancy diamond shovel to do this pathway making, which is very exciting. I like to do my pathways in chunks, so I'm going to dig out a section, and then I will actually get the pathway in and then just repeat. It feels like I haven't done one of these pathways in so long because I haven't really added a build to my base in so long. Lately, I've been building really far out of my base or in the castle. So how cool is it that we have a new build? Just like I've done with all of the other pathways, I'm going to add some path blocks around the main part of the path just to make it look a little bit more worn. Let's add some sprigs of grass, a little bit of moss carpet, some flowers and bushes, and lastly, we just need to randomly place some walls and lanterns on top of the walls. Obviously, I'm going to be leaving the beehive here. It seems fitting. I used it so much whenever I was building, so might as well just leave it. This pathway turned out so good. I love the pathway theme that I've went for in this world. I love the color palette of it, and it just looks so me. Like the pink and the green, I just love it. I don't quite have enough honeycomb to honeycomb all of the copper, but that's what the beehive is for, of course. Let's see how the sugarcane farm has been running. What? Oh my goodness, that is a lot more sugarcane than I thought I was going to have, but that's amazing. I'm so happy that I finally have a sugarcane farm. But with that, I am going to go ahead and wrap this episode up here. I hope that you have enjoyed it. Definitely let me know what you think about the build. Also, let me know what you'd like to see me get up to next in this hardcore world. We have officially hit 1,000 days, which is insane. There's proof right there. It's really hard to see, but I think it says like 1,009 days, 8 days. But if you haven't already, then definitely be sure to like and subscribe. I hope that you all have a lovely day, and thank you so much for watching. Bye. What is happening? I don't know. Why isn't it working? I don't understand. This worked just fine for me last time. Oh, you know how I wanted an infinity villager? Apparently our mending villager is also an infinity villager. That's so cool. So now I have two. So efficient. Oh my gosh, their range is crazy. Wow. Wow. Also, I just realized that pretty much every single pillar is too tall except for the first pillars I built. So that's so cool. I'm going to wax my very... Wow. Side note, this is the best sound ever. A lot of the bars have already started... For my inner life and I'll get lost. Oh my god. Get out of here. So adding a stripped spruce log. So adding stripped spruce log along the bottom and on the sides, and we're also going to cover adding a stripped spruce log a lot. It's already looking so much. Let me see if it works. Oh, it does. Beautiful, beautiful. That'd be really bad if it didn't. I just made 19 buttons and I didn't mean to. That's so cool. Oh. Wow. Why the stinky is that happening? Oh. I like to do my pathways in chunks, so I'm going to dig out a little section.